on next. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on next. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on next. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on next.
the divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Every day it feels like there is a new crisis. Families displaced by violent earthquakes and wars. Warm hearts sleeping under cold blankets of stars. Lives destroyed and washed away. Families fleeing into the unknown. But look closer. See the hope everywhere. See the ones running towards disasters to help. Compassion exists all around the world. Kindness is healing wounds, bringing hope for a brighter tomorrow. Look closer and see the many families like Layla's who've lived through unimaginable hardships and yet haven't given up. Please don't give up on those forced to flee. Donate now.
Gamers, UNICEF and I need you by our side for a real-life mission. A mission to protect the rights of every child. After news cameras have left, UNICEF is here. Every day, everywhere, but particularly where it's needed most. Did you know that more than 170 million children need UNICEF's humanitarian aid this year? At Gamers Without Borders, many of you have already chosen UNICEF, and I thank you for that. Choosing UNICEF is the easiest and smartest decision you can make, because you're investing in a child. And investing in a child guarantees lifelong returns, not only for that child, but also for their community and for our world.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Wherever it is you are hailing from, welcome back to Gamers 8 Europe Edition, or Gamers Without Borders. Wow, missed that one. This is to qualify into Gamers 8 and to win a bunch of money for charity. I'm here with Johnny. Johnny, how you feeling today? It's what, early evening for you? Yeah.
It's just coming up. It's 2:45 in the afternoon, so feeling great. I mean, this is we were talking about this yesterday. The European casters, we really are just in the best time zone for this. Poor Corelli, he had to wake up at 5 in the morning today, so if you do see him on the A stream, be sure to try and scare him in chat, wake him up, because he's probably going to fall asleep in the middle of one of the games.
Yeah, just type I love Corelli in all chats. That'll definitely
That'll shock
get
him.
going.
That he never sees that at any point in his life.
No, never. But, speaking of, games and being here, let's look at the prize pool. What are these teams playing for? They're playing for charity and getting to choose where their money goes. Sorry, we're at the schedule first. I'm all over the place. It's a little in the morning for me as well, but Gamers Without Borders and Gamers 8, it's a massive event with StarCraft, CSGO. The women's event just happened right before Rocket League and Rainbow Six Siege and the CSGO later on. A lot of games, I believe 10 games actually in total that or 10 weeks of events for Gamers Without Borders and Gamers 8. And we're at the Rocket League portion. We were here last year as well. And the prizing, Johnny, a lot of money for charity.
There it is. You mentioned this, of course, the charity prize pool for humanitarian aid. This is, something else that the Rocket League players, teams competing in this tournament get to do, which they don't often get to do, and that's win a ton of money for charity of their choice. Something they could be very proud of. The further you get in the tournament, the more you get to send to one of these charities that's currently on your screen.
Yeah, 6 of these charities, players get to choose between one of them to send their money over to. So an amazing event to help out humanitarian efforts around the world due to UNICEF, International Medical Corps Direct Relief, and the others as well. World Food Program being the latest that got added to this list of charities for Gamers Without Borders. So a lot of action about to happen, and if you didn't watch the NA portion of this broadcast the last 2 days, I mean, what were you doing? Version 1 is their debut. You got to see them play in all the game modes. So if you missed that, it's fine. You can go check the VODs. Everything's blocked out in the videos. It's really nice. But we got EU, and if you need some help on the format, we got you.
Welcome to Gamers Without Borders. We hope that you're ready for some heart-pounding Rocket League action. But first, let's go over the format. 16 teams are separated into 2 pools, North America and Europe. 4 teams in each pool are directly invited, while the other spots were determined via an open qualifier. Each pool plays out a double elimination format, with matches being a best of 5. The upper bracket final, the lower bracket final, and grand final matches will be a best of 7. All matches follow the crew battle format. Based on their placement, teams will earn a share of the prize pool to donate to a charity of their choice. Additionally, top 4 teams from each pool will advance to Gamers 8 2023.
That's right. The beautiful crew battles format. You still get a lot of 3v3 in there, though, every other game being 3v3, meaning you still have to be on point in the main game mode of Rocket League. But those skill modes, Johnny, definitely
The skill modes.
Are important to win in those tight matches. But let's take a look at the overall format. Break it down for me.
Yeah, the 4 teams who qualified to this qualifier, I know it might sound a bit confusing, but the open qualifier teams, 4 of them, have joined the 4 invited teams, and they're going to be competing for 4 spots at Gamers 8. So a lot of 4s going on here. And some of the teams will also have 4 players playing, potentially, if they decide to sub in a player for 1v1, like Koi did in North America. But yeah, really what we're doing today is getting to the top 4. It's all about making Gamers 8 today. And, getting a little bit more charity prize pool, of course, as well. Tomorrow, we'll finish off the tournament so that the teams are properly seeded going into Gamers 8, and so that we can find out who will win the most money for charity and just get the bragging rights. So the EU champions of the online qualifier.
Now, who is playing in this tournament? Who and when? Well, let's find out. Let's take a look at the bracket for the day. We got 8 teams in this qualifier. We got Oxygen and SUH, German Amigos, BDS, Vitality, Fufax Dop, and then G1 and Monkeys at the bottom of the bracket. Johnny, which one are you looking at as the best match to watch out of the 4?
Well, not to be biased, but I think we've got the best match right here on the B stream. If what you're looking for is a close, unpredictable match, we've got G1 versus Monkeys coming up right at the bottom of your screen there, and the winner of that's going to play against Vitality and Fufax Dop, who are playing on the A stream right now. So yeah, I think G1 Monkey is definitely the closest, hardest to predict match from round 1. Oxygen, BDS, and Vitality are definitely favorites in the other 3 quarterfinals.
And, you know, Phoenix Reaper in chat asking, what matches will be streamed here? Well, here is both stream schedules. You're looking at the A stream schedule right now. So Vitality and Fufax Dop will start the day off on A stream. But over here on B stream, as Johnny just said, G1 versus Monkeys will be first up. And then right after that, German Amigos versus Team BDS, and picking up the matches after that. So you want to make sure you're tuned in, and you'll be able to keep track of these matches. But yeah, G1 versus Monkeys will be the first match of the day on this stream. And a lot of close ones up top with all the teams we have today. Johnny, you were working on your own personal rankings to start the day. And we'll talk about G1 Monkeys in a little bit, but just a little teaser about German Amigos BDS. What do you feel about that match?
Yeah, that's coming up in about just over an hour's time, of course. Now, German Amigos are, currently having a better 3v3 season than BDS, but BDS just picked up Rise, who's going to be playing in this tournament with them, their first competition together. Very interesting. Can't wait to see them play. But yeah, the other problem for German Amigos is it's not just that the BDS now have Rise for 3v3. They also have Monkey Moon for 2v2. He's the best twos player on the planet. Really tough matchup for German Amigos.
Well, we had a lot of action yesterday from the final four teams in our North American portion of Gamers Without Borders. Let's take a look at some of those highlights from yesterday.
That left-hand wall, it was the double commit from Koi, and early doors looking potentially a little bit nervy and thinking, okay lads, we're here, we've made it to that land, which, oh my word, not too many people would have expected, and Cheese at one end, Cheese at the other. But with Gyro on the back left, he can't quite catch onto it until Rettles has a bite of that cherry. So to send it along again, Gyro's waiting. Gyro to shoot, but a block out midfield from AJ. And look at these passes coming in all over the place from Koi. To us and to every single person watching, the few thousand that are tuning in online. Hello. I'd like to be seeing what AJ is able to put up in this match.
Oh, there's a pass there. If Gyro can find him, he's actually not going to need to at all. It's the snapshot. Cosmic, and of course their 3v3 gameplay, which has been pretty fantastic throughout this entire tournament. As Gyro takes another touch, getting so involved, actually takes the early shot. Gyro, but don't know what to do with him.
Gyro is a player reborn, and getting that touch high onto the backboard, then immediately...
First touch kind of just inviting the challenge from the G2 goalkeeper. Had G2 on the ropes in the closing seconds there. Look at beast mode. Little double tap to counter attack. In comes Daniel, surely, and it will be the goal to win it. And it is going to be 2v2. G2 trying to answer back immediately. Now the thing about... Oh, look at this shot already from V1. Not even giving me a chance to in defense, because V1, when Daniel and beast mode start to flex their mechanics in offense, they look really scary, and they have looked really scary all week as well. Against everyone they played, when they can get firing. Oh, look at this again, almost a redirect. In fact, G2 won gold, what?
Better here, and it's been many more offenses in the second half and in this overtime, but peeling back Koi on this defense seems difficult. Now you got to bring in the demos of your G2, and it's the red carpet to the net, and G2 take game 3. Harassment to the right side, but Gyro not there in time, not sure how to commit, doesn't know how those challenges are going to go. As Koi fall back for the defense, G2 can't crack that egg yet.
That's a big touch, though. A diving save won't matter. She's got enough power on this.
Again, great defense here from Koi. Good job denying version 1, only allowing them the initial attack and no follow-up. It's now Daniel. Another weapon for version 1, and the flip reset, and the dunk for Daniel as he finds the equalizer.
Oh man, this is just all Daniel all the time. Just trying to test the defense and see if they can force a mistake. Daniel with the shot. Sosa is a great save. Might be needed again here. And what can Beast Mode do? 15 down! The Beast has awakened!
And that's the second dunk for version 1. They're 2 for 2. This time getting within an arm's reach still. As Gyro, he's got to get downfield. Generate some opportunity, but with the demos, version 1 numbers up back the other way. This one's on target. Calm drops it off for Daniel. Daniel the shot on target and in version 1 up by 2. Version 1 looking dominant here in Gamers Without Borders, and they have crushed the competition in the upper bracket.
That's right. Version 1 are your Gamers Without Borders champions, sweeping their way through that grand final, and they looked quite good doing it. But good little recap from yesterday. But enough of that. We got Europe. We got tons of great players to showcase here, and none other than our first match of the day here on the B stream, and that's G1 versus Monkeys. And Johnny, you and I were talking a little bit about G1 Monkeys during the break, but you were also kind of teeing it up right before we got to this part of the show. So, you know, break this down for me, the whole way from threes right down to ones.
Yeah, I think the closest match, the hardest match to predict in the first round here. In 3v3, you have to give the edge to G1. They just made the most recent RLCS major. But in 2v2, it's unclear. You know, maybe again slightly G1 favored with Atomic Dorito being such a well-known duo. But I think Raziers and Smokes might be one of the underrated combinations coming into this event. These guys play twos ranked a lot. They're really you know, good at putting in the time to prepare for this event in the extra game modes. And their synergy is going to surprise a lot of people. And then, of course, the wild card for Monkeys, Raziers 1v1. I think he easily beats anyone. Likely Atomic, I think, playing ones for G1. I think Raziers will win that easily. So that's a free win in 1v1. They just need to win, you know, either the 2v2 and a 3v3 or two of the threes. It's what makes this matchup so unpredictable.
And I think that for me on Monkeys, someone who I feel he's getting a little better. I'm not saying like, oh, he's just improved massively, but Matane's kind of been on that like slow slope and kind of forgotten about with the teams that he's been on, because, you know, he's teamed with guys like Cash and now Smokes, who have just been better on floor-wise mechanically. But I feel like Matane has been really coming in as a solid anchor for whatever team that he's been playing on recently. I think that will help Monkeys out in this quest against G1, who haven't necessarily been perfect in 3v3, and not having Mark on the team anymore. This team has gone through a couple of iterations now, so I'm curious what that's going to mean for Monkeys. If Matane can still be a solid anchor, help win those big 3v3 matches, then that might make life a little difficult for G1.
Definitely, and you know, G1, they actually are the team I think who need the first game a bit more. Because if they do lose that first game, I think the 1v1 is going to be a loss for them as well. So they'd have to go perfect in the remaining 3v3s and the 2v2, which is very difficult against a talented squad like Monkeys. Whereas, you know, Monkeys, if they lose that first game, even if they lose the second game, if they decide to pick 2v2, which would be a surprise actually, I think they would just pick ones if they lose. But even if they were to lose two, they've still got that potential for the reverse sweep with 1v1 in the bag. So yeah, G1, you know, I think they're the slight favorite just because of their recent 3v3 strength and I think slight edge in twos. But if they start off with a loss here, pressure's on them massively. We saw it with G2 yesterday against Koi. They just lost game one and they're like, oh no, did we just lose the series? Because they've got a ones made. It could get out of control.
Absolutely. And I mean, for either of these teams, you know, winning this means you likely get a date with Team Vitality and Zen. That's not going to be an easy one, and that match would be for top 4 as well. So while this might be a tough match for both teams, it only really gets tougher from here on this side of the bracket. So let's get right into it, why don't we? We start off with the 3v3. G1 versus Monkeys underway now.
G1, they, you know, just bombed out of the Winter Major. Very disappointing end to that tournament for them after such a promising start. They'll be looking to get right back on track with their 3v3 right now against Monkeys.
And we will get things underway and fixed up for you guys. We appreciate your patience. We recognize no game sound there, so we'll get that fixed up and get right back in it. But yeah, nothing developing in the first 20 seconds there. But a couple of mechanical tries at the start. Excited to see. Another thing that I love about this Gamers Without Borders tournament this year is we really do get a small look at some of these new rosters, right? You get Daniel on version 1. You get G1 coming in with Oli, Monkeys, picking up Raziers. Like this is a great look at a lot of these teams. Rise on BDS as well. Like a lot of roster changes happened in Europe. Zen on Vitality, so you get a first look at a lot of these teams, and in the skill modes, Johnny, you get that much more understanding of what these individual players bring to those rosters as we get back underway.
Looks like we do have game side. We haven't missed any goals, and we're picking up pretty much right where we left off with G1 pressuring Monkeys. So quite interesting that we've had a minute pass and really not a lot change. It's a good thing that we're starting off with 3v3. If this is a 1v1, we'd probably be joining back into a 4-3 scoreline and wondering what on earth happened. Yeah, here we are with G1 playing, I think, a bit more of a conservative game, at least by their standards.
Still a little more pressure here for G1. We'll be diving for it. Still able to maintain possession. Oldie just kind of sitting in the same spot, no boost, but the ball came by him both times. Finally, Monkeys get the clear out. Stuffed by Oldie, who let it go. He had no boosts. Despite the attempted clear from Monkeys, G1 do get it back. Another booming attempt here from Monkeys.
Yeah, really nice technique in the back wall clear there from Monkeys. Very important to side flip if you want to make sure you don't whiff in those positions. Oh, big pre-jump coming out from Dorito. Countered well again by the Monkeys defense. Now, the Monkeys making a couple of changes this season, bringing in Smokes. This team used to be Sonics. They brought in Smokes for the winter split. He really impressed. Now they brought in Raziers for the spring split, and he's expected to impress as well. Starting off this season as one of the, I think, hottest prospects and one of the best free agents that was available. But he didn't have the best time on his previous roster. This is a chance for himself to really make a name. Oh, that's a good try there by Monkeys, but the counterattack coming in. We've got Demos landing, but really well dealt with again by the Monkeys defense.
Matane coming in for a quick quick touch back to the other side. And maybe he...
What?
Okay, that was... Johnny, we probably could replay that play 100 times, and I still think it would only happen this one time. Bounces off the wall. He gets bumped back into that.
I don't believe it. I mean, Matane put himself in a position to really benefit there. Tried to pitch it middle. He didn't go middle. And then I think he got bumped into the defender who was trying to make it clear. So, a bit fortunate there. G1 are going to fire back immediately. They get a nice little kickoff possession to the right-hand side. Bait the double commit. Quick recovery by Dorito. Only waiting in the middle. And that shot is too fast for the defenders to catch up to.
Well, you can totally write off what just happened. Getting that goal right off the kickoff. G1, that sweat off. Here comes Atomic. Well, actually lost that one. Smokes up for it quickly. You respond to another boomer. G1, consistent hard touches from midfield. Trying to test the ability of Monkeys to consistently clear this ball. And they had up until that last goal, which granted was off the kickoff. But still, here's a lot of pressure. Atomic gets one out. Dorito jumped from the midfield line. At least got the pressure back for Oli. Oli slipped past one. The bump opens up some space, but Oli had no boost and couldn't keep control.
Oli joining this roster, of course, recently as well. I think, it kind of proves that it might have been smart for him to just sit out the winter split after being benched from Oxygen in favor of Rise. He just waited the winter split for a better option to come away. Here it is, a team who just made the most recent major. Of course, it does mean that they're no longer going to be coming in Spanish. Oli, as far as I'm aware, does not speak Spanish, so English comms here. No problem for them, I'm sure. Oh, big chance for Monkeys. Lots of ceiling bounces to work with here. Atomic's actually messed up his sidewall double tap, but cover coming through for G1. Monkeys probing, waiting for a mistake from G1. Boost is running a bit low here. Only Atomic with a healthy amount at the moment.
Protected that corner boost, got another big clear. Monkeys sitting in midfield, thinking they may have had advantage in that department. They did not. G1 continued to throw this ball back to the orange half. Oli pre-jumped the read. It didn't happen. Now they get a demo. An open net, and in it goes off the post. Smokes gets the lead with 5 seconds left.
Well, that is a massive mistake there from G1. They've overextended, left their third man isolated, and he gets demoed. And it's going exactly as we discussed, in the worst possible way for them. If they do lose this game 1, in the next 5 seconds, they are in a terrible position. Monkeys having a ones player. Oh, this is a big pre-jump by Oli. First we've seen from them this game, but again it's countered by Monkeys. Both pre-jumps stopped exactly at the point of the shot being made, and now this is just really bad news for G1. I mean, they need to win at least 3 games. Well, they need to win exactly 3 games from here, and that means that 1v1 will be played in this series no matter what. It doesn't matter if they pick it right now or if it happens in game 4. It's up for them to decide, do they need to get a bit of a momentum swing in their favor right now, or do they just attempt the reverse sweep, just get the 1v1 over with right now? It's a tough decision. I think they probably go for 2s, but even though they're likely to lose at 1s, you could make a case for that being the correct choice. If you have to win it at some point, it might as well be now.
Yeah, I mean, the high-pressure game, you'd rather have something you're more comfortable with, right? So 2v2 may be the better option for them. But with some of the other ones games we've seen so far, who knows? I mean, what Johnny, you're the ones 900,000 IQ man in Rocket League. So like Raziers versus Atomic, you don't think Atomic has much of a chance, or what do you give? Percentages? Look, we did percentages yesterday. We maybe keep that table that.
I think Atomic has a better chance against Raziers than Atomic does against Daniel. NA Atomic, we talked about that yesterday, percentage chance. So I think Atomic from G1 definitely has a shot in that match, but yeah, we're going to get to that later. It is going to be 2v2. G1 deciding that they want to swing momentum back in their favor right now, and they nearly start off with a 7-second goal. Somehow it's denied off the post by Monkeys.
No, that's almost exactly how the first goal went in for Monkeys in the last game. Fitting for G1 to get one like that. See Dorito and Atomic, solid duo here. See what Raziers and Smokes can do, though. That is a pretty deadly duo themselves. High balls for Monkeys, or a couple of them. G1. Business right now, cutting off another challenge. Nothing too scary for G1, and Monkeys not taking too many risks in the first minute, but 1v1. Atomic gonna delete him. Take control of the ball.
Atomic just playing it safe here. He wasn't sure if Dorito could get there, so he just took the ball into defense himself. Dorito now sealing double tap off the crossbar. Well, they've hit the post and the bar. Just about 7 seconds past the first and second minute of the game. Better chances definitely going the way of G1. Another one comes through. This one will be the goal. G1 capitalizing on a brief 1v1 that emerged here.
And you see Raziers try to get in line, but then he turns off, gives Atomic the edge, and tries to defend that flick from the opposite side. Another popular place to sit, right on the ball line. It can be harder a lot of times to read that flick coming from the opposite edge, and Atomic definitely got over Raziers on that play. Came in, tried to give him the bite early on the flick, didn't work. Then he pulled himself out, is slightly off the line, and that's all it takes for G1 to get it done. Smokes trying to delay the inevitable, which is G1 moving downfield. Raziers got a full tank of boost, starting it off for Monkeys.
It's a really nice setup from Raziers. He's got options here. Decides to shoot low, double commit from G1, but they had different parts of the goal covered. It's not actually the worst thing that could have happened. Another 1v1 opportunity for G1. It goes high, and it will go in. Dorito also getting on the score sheet, and that's the second time the Monkeys have heavily committed with their front man, and their second man's been 1v1.
I don't even know why you challenge that ball if you're Smokes. Like, clear possession from Dorito there. He's going to get the catch. He's trying to predict the flick, where he's going to go with it. But that's a tough spot to sit to go for that challenge right there. The best angle for him, and G1, do they get a third right off the kickoff?
Boy.
Atomic rolls it in.
A nice snipe there from G1. Monkeys just leaving their net undefended there. Smokes thought he had time to go for boost. He did not. It's not going well for them, but they've still got that 1v1 in the pocket, so I think they're going to feel pretty good about themselves. Monkeys still maybe even favorites to win it from this position. But G1, they're getting what they wanted. They wanted the mental reset. They wanted the momentum reset after a tough game 1 loss. They're on the road to getting it.
Couple decent touches here to keep it away. I like this one from Raziers. Gives himself some space. Now off the ceiling. Has a reset available, but a lot of boost to make that whole maneuver work. By the time he actually had to take the shot, he couldn't get back down to the ball. Still, it's decent pressure. If Smokes could have came up with that touch. That's been the difficulty, is you can move the ball downfield, but it doesn't really matter if you can't put real pressure in front of the box. Not G1, who have consistently put that pressure on and have dealt with the 1 or 2 shots Monkey are able to actually put on when they get down to the blue half.
The Monkeys they've played this one aggressively, and they've probably, I think, regretted it at this point. I think they're most likely going to be a bit more careful if they get another shot at 2v2 later on today, which is likely. There's another chance, and it will actually trickle in. Smokes with the challenge, just resulting in an immediate goal. Toronto getting caught out.
Yeah, missed his flick. Had the ball a little too far back on his car, so when he pops the ball up, it doesn't stay on his hood, and he flips right through it. He tried the quick flick, didn't work. Maybe that's the inch, or I guess centimeter, as you Europeans are correctly fond of saying. Raziers, see if he can get it started. There's plenty of time on this clock.
You're talking to someone who uses any measurement system, whether it's metric, imperial. In the UK, we just pick and choose. So
whatever you feel like that.
Somehow we made it even more confusing than you guys have over in America. But yeah, you're
That's
right.
scary.
Most of Europe, I think, have got metric. Oh, what's that goal? Oh my goodness! Well, that came out of nowhere. It didn't look like Raziers had an easy angle on this, but he picked up the reset and then scooted the ball right under Dorito. Dorito actually expecting a high shot there, drove up on the sidewall, or the back wall, I should say, and it just goes under him in the bottom corner.
Oh, you can't blame him. It's just great recognition there from Raziers. Dorito, all of a sudden, in trouble here. G1, it looked like, game in hand, but now, here goes Raziers, 35, good soft touch, has the flip.
Oh my.
Raziers just put this game in his hands.
Well, suddenly, this one is completely turned around. Raziers with another massive play, in off the bar, nothing G1 can do. It's gone from bad to worse for G1. They are making a quick dip to the lower bracket at this rate.
Is this not the classic G1 throw happening right now? Wait, they might get it back here. But it did not look more sure for the first 4 minutes of this game. And now here's another one. They need to get the lead. Not going to happen. They need more pressure. Atomic dove back, used all of his boost to buy time for Dorito to actually get that 50. But that was all in an effort just so they could retreat and get boost. Now they're getting pressured. Another almost goal. Atomic gets there for the save. And they're all back. Here comes another flick for Atomic. Some good pressure opportunities for G1, but they're not able to get in the net just yet. Dorito flicks over one, and no, Atomic can't go. Net's covered for now.
It's a must-win game for G1. They picked this to reset the momentum and also just to get one on the board. And yeah, with this order of the game modes, they have to win right now, or Monkeys are the massive favorites, not just being 2-0 up, but with big 1v1 advantage as well. And a great chance in the 3v3, clearly. It's a decent shot from Atomic though, testing. Smokes keeps it out, but it stays up.
Thought that bounce might have ruined Smokes. He tried to kill that ball, and the ramp ruined him. Now, Monkeys 3 unanswered goals. Back into overtime. Can all go wrong with just one mistouch. Which was Raziers. He's done it for Monkeys in this game. 2 incredible mechanical goals. Smokes only 54. Has to just be a little economical, but he used most of his boost just to chase this down. Kicks Atomic out of the sky. Raziers, 1. He's got 2. Oh, the back missed it off the post. Here comes one more. Smokes got 2. Oh, Monkeys put on the mechanical. Oh, that was just great. That was great for Monkeys. They get the game.
Well, Raziers, he should have had a goal on the wide open reset double. Thanks to Smokes bumping both G1 defenders out of the goal. But no problem. Smokes just turns around and shows him how it's done. He hits him with a reset double. So Smokes just doing everything there. He gave the goal to Raziers. Raziers says, nah, you know what? You have it. I've got my clips from this game. I'm going to get some more later on in the 1v1 as well. You can have this one, Smokes. A 2-0. This is massive for Monkeys, but it might be over for G1. It's that desperate in this format. You know, Atomic he's a decent ones player. EU Atomic, just like NA Atomic, a decent option in the 1v1, but not at that very top level, not at Razier's level. And 1v1 is just a more predictable game mode. It is going to be coming in Game 4 if G1 are going to win this series. They need to take Game 3, of course, which is going to be 3v3. And then Atomic will need to do the impossible. I think it's going to be Atomic. It could be Oli, potentially. I know he's got a little bit of 1v1 experience. But yeah, Razier's, he's in form. He's looking really good. I think Monkeys have got this.
Yeah, it's certainly looking that way as we head to the 1v1. And, you know, G1 in Game 4, name a more disastrous duo. Add on the fact that you're disadvantaged in this 1v1, and I just don't see a way out for G1 right now. But, hey, you still got this 3v3 to play first, and maybe you come back right here. It very well could just end in a sweep, and we might not even ever get to the 1v1, John. You were saying there's no way. We're definitely getting it, but Monkeys winning 2 straight may just put this away early as we get Game 3 on the way.
I mean, I really thought we were going to get the 1v1 here. I thought no way are G1 losing 2 3v3s and the 2v2, but Monkeys have really stepped up here. They're proving that they are a force to be reckoned with in this format. In fact, they might even be a favorite to advance. I still look at the match scoreboard here. You know, love to just surprise you guys. Make sure you're all paying attention.
I think we spoiled Game 3 results right there.
Was that a leak? Is that a leak in the script?
We're going to find out here in about 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Atomic going to carry this ball out. You start, and just a quick reminder to everybody watching, it is a double elimination bracket. So if G1 do lose this game, they're not out of the tournament. They still have a chance to qualify, but they will have to go the full length of the lower bracket if that result does happen for them. So let's see G1. Again, it's that aggressive pressure they like, but another counterattack. A free touch for Smokes, but it's taken away. Be dangerous with Monkeys. They get the bump. G1 get the first goal. Oli will score.
Very important for G1 to just reset the mental. Big miss actually coming through for Monkeys there. That was Razier's. Misreading the bounce, failing to get a touch. Oli was there to punish him. G1 again with an early lead. Yeah, it's going to be tough for G1 if they lose this. The loser of this are going to be in a very difficult position if they plan to qualify for Gamers 8 by making top 4 in this qualifier today. Reason being, they'll first of all go down to the lower bracket and likely play against both Backstop, who are currently losing 2-0 to Vitality, with 1v1 yet to be played. But it's not about that lower bracket round 1, it's about lower bracket round 2. That's where it gets really tricky. They'll have to play, at least if we go according to seeding, the loser of Oxygen BDS. That is not going to be fun to play against those teams for your qualification.
Monkeys trying to be the ones to play that fateful match against. Just feels like Vitality, unless Fufax Op pull off an upset that no one is expecting, except for maybe Fufax Op family members. There's another pop-up for Oli. G1, they held on to their lead in the 3v3 last time, only for Monkeys to take it away near the end, and then Smokes winning the game for them in the last 5 seconds. Monkeys maybe slowly building up their reserves here. It's another booming clear. G1 can't get consistent pressure in the orange half. And right here, the ball just kicks away. Razier's with a soft touch and 60. Sees Oli in the air, ended up not boosting into it, got under him, and that might be enough to set Monkeys up in midfield.
Yeah, Monkeys, I like what I'm seeing from them in 3v3. You know, we had one big mistake earlier in this game from Razier's, but apart from that, they have played very well, and it's against a supposed to be upgraded G1 roster. Oli coming in for Mark by this split. I think as an individual, that is an upgrade. We'll yet to see if they're going to synergize to the same level as the former full Spanish roster. Say just a bit too far back there. It looks like Oli's going to jump out of that headlock, but Imitate just not quite advanced enough. I expect to see Monkeys more committed as the time runs down. For now, he's waiting for a clear-cut chance. Good center with Smokes, very creative, but again, no one there. Second man playing pretty deep for Monkeys.
He's able to get that touch though. Smokes, first on the ball now. Gives himself an option on the reset. Oh, the attempted demo. Razier stays around though. G1 anticipating him jumping for it. Razier's, you've been saying it, Johnny, he's just got a better read on the field right now. Where G1 are, what they're trying to do. He's making the correct decisions, but it's G1 that still have the lead. Here they come straight down. It's a great save, but rebound, set another shot, saved again as he avoids the bump coming out of the net. And Matane trying for a quick counterattack. Oli, he shuts that up real quick. G1 retaining this lead, kicks it right back downfield. Monkeys being prevented from doing anything in the blue right now.
Yeah, it's just a disciplined performance from G1. Much needed disciplined performance after their disastrous loss in twos. They're going to go up 2-0 here. Oli finishes off the center ball. Looks like all of Monkeys kind of gravitated towards that near post area. And no one was in the net ready to attack the center ball. 2-0. So, you know, it really just comes down to, can G1 hold on to a lead? They haven't yet this series. They've only got to do it for 1 minute and 5 seconds.
It was kind of a crazy touch from Oli. Like popped up on his undercarriage. Like both defenders were expecting to just push that ball or whip it low against the back wall. But he just pulls his car up and it got such a weird pop-up on it. It's a good play for Oli. Not a lot of time here for Monkeys. This one seems like maybe starting to wrap up, but hang on a second. We got a free ball. We got Raziers, or Matane, excuse me, not Raziers. Matane with a great play in front.
Love that you just see a solo play for Monkeys and you think, yep, it's Raziers, obviously. And, you know, he even played that one like a ones player, going for the low 50s, so really well done by Matane. He jumps up, fakes the high shot. Dorito falls for it. He just forces it underneath. It's another nightmare scenario for G1. Their trip to the lower bracket is guaranteed if they lose this game. That's what's happening in front of us right now. Dorito in an awkward position. He lands well. Monkeys really applying the pressure late in the game.
Another kill in the corner from Atomic, who has no boost, but flicks it by 2 defenders. Oh, and a nice move from Oli. He can't put it on target, though. Raziers cut it off. Got another 50. Maybe a chance here for Monkeys. That's a big, clean touch. Now Raziers downfield. Just puts the shot out. They go for the dunk. I don't know if that's the play if you're Monkeys. Threw it right into the defenders. Almost felt like they gave G1 that clear. And now with no time left, downfield, do they catch him on the break? That's a high touch. He's chasing it. Here he goes. One more across. That's not going to get it done. They got to still play more on the 0-second drill. Monkeys, one more touch up. Razier's waiting for his chance. He's not going to get it. G1 will survive.
It's close there at the end for Monkeys, but G1 survived for now. They do force the 1v1 game 4. Now it's, I think, time for Atomic to be the hero. I mean, what kind of discussion is currently happening in the G1 comms, I wonder? They're saying, no, you, no, you, no, you, no, you go lose to Raziers. Oli might be getting thrown under the bus here, trying to impress his new team.
Or is it Raziers isn't that good? You can beat him. Like, you can.
Atomic's confident. I think Atomic's going to say, let me at him. I'm confident I could beat him. And it's definitely winnable. It wouldn't be the craziest result for Atomic to win a game against Raziers. But it's a tough position. I mean, this is harder. This is the most difficult game that they could have in this series, is beating Raziers in 1v1. He's in phenomenal form right now, not just in Rocket League in general, but in 1v1 he's in phenomenal form. So yeah, this is going to be a very, very tough match.
So like, because this is my control and it's the only result I have. So like, if you compared it to Raise Bull Daniel, like, are the odds of victory greater for Atomic against Raziers than Raise Bull against Daniel?
No, I'm definitely more surprised if Atomic can beat Raziers than I was Raise Bull beating Daniel, because Raise Bull is he's a proven competitor in this format in best of ones. He did really well in Gamers 8 last year. You know, Atomic, he did win a couple of 1v1s. We're actually going to see Dario. Okay, but this is what is happening here. I did not think Dario's going to be coming out here at all.
They really got you here.
Yeah, Atomic played 1v1s at Gamers 8 and he won against Mist from G2 last year. So it's not the craziest thing in the world to see him you know, beating a player like Raziers. But Dorito, okay, if Dorito could beat Raziers, I'm massively impressed, because this is brand new. I mean, this is the last player I expected to be playing ones for G1 today.
Could he be the Raise Bull of last game, or saying could he just somehow find the magic, the player that typically known for his 1v1s, and maybe he gets the first goal, but Raziers just gets the catch. Nice avoid. One thing that I think Raziers has been really good at so far in the match. Almost getting that goal. Wanted to maybe get that bump, and he squeezes it in. Dorito could not make the stop.
Yeah, really nice finish off here by Razier's. Just a simple start. He's just seeing what is Dorito going to do. Razier's probably a bit confused as well here. I doubt he's played Dorito many times, if ever, in ones. So I think what he's doing early on here with that very basic looking air dribble is just seeing, is Dorito going to pre-jump? Is he going to sit on the ground anticipating an air dribble bump? What is he going to do? You've got to test out your opponent, especially early on in 1v1. See how they react to your attacks, how they react to your challenges. Razier's just going to show no respect to Dorito's outplay there, just charges him down early, and now plays a bit more defensive in the second challenge. Yeah, it's so far early signs. I mean, it is just over a minute in, but I don't think Dorito looks like he's got that Raise Bull X factor. You know, Raise Bull surprised us all last year in an amazing way with his one's ability. I'm not seeing that yet from Dorito. I don't think he's... it doesn't look like as much of a natural in the game mode yet.
He's kind of lacking the control. Like he's like dove at a couple of balls. They're trying to force the 50s against Razier's, but you haven't seen him have that. Razier's has been controlling the ball really well.
Oh my.
Like 4 of his chances have bounced off the post
open.
just like that. And he nailed it. Nailed the shot. All right. If it works, it works.
Well, you know, yeah, I'm so sick of what I'm saying. I think Dorito, he looks a bit awkward on the pitch for the moment. That might just be because it's his first, you know, really big ones game. So we need to give him more time before we can make proper judgment. So far, he's got a great allegiance with both posts, though. He's had the posts keep him in this one, and his own defense as well, keeping him in this one. Nice fight for the boost. Razier's is in a pretty awkward spot here. This could be another goal for Dorito if he plays his card right.
I don't think he knew Razier's had no boost on that play. Otherwise, he may have gone for that shot. Weak flick. It's enough time for him to steal some boost. Razier's really good boost management overall on defense. And Dorito has pressured him. These long pushes, he hasn't had the... Razier's hasn't given himself enough options as soon as he gets control of the ball. We're not seeing what we saw in 3v3 just yet. Might get it here. Dorito a little off the ball. Razier's tester. Plenty of boosts, picking up pads. Dorito never gives up possession. Razier's had no angle in. Did get the 50 here. Could get the shot. Dorito already back. Now he's got good control. What's he whip out here? First touch. Just going for the dunk. And very safe game from Razier's on offense so far.
Yeah, I think Razier's just wasn't quite confident with that takeoff. Nice little wave dash there from a Dorito with a hard shot to the bottom corner. He's up 2-1. Well, if Razier's didn't like his takeoff for that air dribble, he definitely will not like what he's seeing right here because his boost runs out. He doesn't have the recovery to get goal side, and Dorito has him on a 1-goal disadvantage. What an upset this would be. What an amazing game. What an incredible prospect this would be. Game 5 on the way, unless Razier's can do what he's supposed to do.
See if he gets it here. The post has ruined him a couple of times.
Oh,
no! Confidence, but a massive whip from Dorito. He flew right out the bag.
Oh no, he was doing so well. He was doing so well.
He got so excited.
Oh no, it wasn't even like he flipped the wrong way. Sometimes when you're driving vertically up the wall, you flip left instead of right and kind of flip into the wall. I think he just backflipped by mistake as well. So just a massive panic backflip there from Dorito. Good news is he's still tied. In fact, he's up by 1 again, Dorito, with the immediate regain.
Nice work from Dorito. He gets the perfect landing off the kickoff. Razier's back and tries to challenge him face up. Not a bad idea as Dorito's still trying to get control of the ball. Best option he has is just to back up into that. He's got no boost. That's the only option Razier's had in that situation. Dorito made him pay for it with a nice flick, and now he's got control again. And he's got boost, Johnny. Dorito high touch.
Oh!
Razier's is stunned.
Well, Dorito has spotted the early challenges coming. Razier's tried to reverse into one before. Now he just tries to go blatantly in sight. Neither of them work. Dorito takes possession from both kickoffs and puts it in the net. He's up by 2.
Oh, man. It looked for a little bit like Dorito would struggle. He'd be stretching for some of these, but no, he's in the driver's seat. Razier's, nice little catch, but no, not at all. Here, Dorito, 60 boost. Razier's already back. Dorito knows he's got him, just has to play this corner well. Got his boost. Razier's pops it over him, though. Maybe a chance around on the dish. Oh, he got bumped off of it. He lost the final touch because of the bump, and it bounced off the post, off the crossbar. Razier's is playing a 1v4.
This is crazy. I mean, Razier's just can't get the ball between the posts. Here he goes again. You think, surely this is the one. Surely Razier's makes it count. And he does. Air dribble bump from Razier's from long range. and now he's within a goal. He has to have this conviction with his aerial game. We know how dangerous he is. We saw in the 2v2 that he's in form today with his aerial game. He has to trust himself to land those resets, hit those bumps, and make the goals count without mind games, because Dorito's just playing the ball.
Roziers on the kickoff, won it nicely, had the wave dash. Now he's got boost, but Dorito immediately challenging him. Good bump from Roziers, and he's got the boost. That should be a tie game. There you go.
Yeah, really nice play from Roziers. It looks like Dorito thought that he could get to the boost first. He's thinking, this is brilliant. I've equalized, flipped early, and that's a big mistake. So he just telegraphed exactly where he was going to be for Roziers to see, and yeah, easy bump for Roziers. He just timed it exactly where Dorito was going to land.
Dorito, all that confidence you built up. You had that 2-goal lead, but yeah, I always say 2-goal leads are the most deceptive lead in 3v3, but 4 goals could be deceptive in 1v1. As Dorito protecting the ball. Rozier's going to play him tight here. And it almost actually does work out here for Roziers. Goes for the ground and thought he could get the dunk, but now Dorito might have a break. Rozier's no boost. He has to go get that corner. But Dorito actually going to let it chase on the ground. Low 50. Wave dash, but he's on the wrong side of it. A lot of pressure here for Dorito. Gets the boost. Roziers has 0, but he will not give up his momentum. He'll just stay right on the ball. Now he's got boost. And Dorito somehow shakes it out. He's got Roziers beat.
What?
The lead is back for Dorito.
Well, Dorito, he tried to deny every big boost, actually gave one to Roziers by mistake at midfield, but he still managed to get the goal. Roziers overextends, got a bit too confident with that mid-boost pickup, and with 12 seconds left, he trails by a goal. Dorito, the hero for G1.
12 seconds, and he just has to win this. He goes for the fake kickoff, and it works! He wins it! He's got no boost! No problem for Dorito! Cool Ranch in the 1v1! Oh my god!
Yeah, Roziers just panicked. He realized at the last second that Dorito had faked it, and he also knew if I hit this ball into him, if I just give him the ball, he's going to dribble it around for 10 seconds and it's game over. He tried to not do that. He tried to roll with the ball, 50-50 it into Dorito, and he just got crushed in the challenge. Dorito, the surprise 1v1 player for G1. It was, you know, expected to be Atomic. He's got the most 1v1 experience on this team. I thought maybe Oli, if it comes to it, because I've seen him play 1v1 before. I think that's the first time I've seen Dorito play 1v1, and it's probably the first time Roziers has seen him play 1v1 as well, because he didn't know what to do with him. He wasn't sure what to expect, couldn't read him, and Dorito gets the upset win, forcing Game 5, which is going to be back to 3v3. I mean, it's delivered. We said this is the most unpredictable series. At least we were right about something.
That's crazy. We're going to Game 5, especially with how much. Like, look, that's the crazy thing to me is that like Roziers had to have just gotten to his own head because like the dude was a mechanical monster in the 2v2, and even in the 3v3, you know, he was hitting it with confidence. But like all of a sudden, you're right. Maybe it's just the matchup. Dorito, this is weird. I don't know how to play against this. Like, and then he just didn't. He didn't have the confidence. He had the control. He had possession. He had the air dribbles, but he just, like you said, he didn't have the confidence. And yeah, now G1. I mean, Dorito has put his team in a great position here to move on in the upper bracket. They just have to win 1 3v3.
It's crazy. I mean, Game 5, 3v3. Is it doable for G1? I think now they've got to be the favorites again. I mean, they've got all the momentum, winning 2 in a row and just being the higher ranking 3v3 team when you look at the season as a whole. Obviously, we have to anticipate like what level these teams are at with the new additions to the roster in Roziers and Oli. But G1, they've got to be the favorites in this 5th game now. Roziers especially, oh my goodness. How do you come back from that? You were supposed to win. You're supposed to send your team into the upper semi-finals. Instead, you've taken a loss to a guy who's not known for his 1v1 ability. You can't be tilted about that now. You've just got a hard reset. Game 5, 3v3. Who is the better team?
If you're Mateo Smokes, it's just a GG go next. It happens. Now it's all about the regain for them, but G1, in many Game 5s, despite whether Mark or Oli are on the roster, that seems to be following this G1 team. Doesn't even matter what the format is. This team, no doubt under some stress. Oli getting bumped off the play. Maybe Atomic is the pass. Great follow-up touch on the challenge. Break Monkeys out.
Just done a quick check on rljules.gg between this game or between these games here. That was the first registered competitive 1v1 for Dorito. Just for the record, just to really to the slam home how insane that is.
That's crazy.
Raziers is definitely a top 20 in the world ones player, definitely top 10 EU, but probably like more like top 5 EU these days. Although it's getting more and more stacked with players like Zen and Vatira entering the scene. Yeah, unbelievable from Dorito, but it will not matter if they can't close out the deal here in threes. The Monkeys have looked more than capable in threes, with both of the games being as close as they were. G1 have started stronger in every game.
Atomic. Good approach, at least. Ball locked in the corner. Pass, decent idea, but Oli was just a little too far back and close for where that pass was sat. Now Smoke just going straight down for the reset. Gets a little pop, easily saved, but more pressure for Monkeys. 2 touches, maybe a third. No, he leaves it. Great shot from Raziers. He threaded the needle.
Yeah, the snipe from Raziers is sufficient. Smoke starting the attack with a brilliant flip reset, and then Matane with a little double to set up Raziers. Almost a great save by Oli as he dove downwards, but it wasn't meant to be. 1-0 Monkeys as they put G1 in another bad position. They've really just been making this so difficult for G1 today. We knew it was going to be hard, but not this hard. Monkeys in the lead again.
Yeah. Quick touch there from Atomic. Went for the double, couldn't quite make contact. Monkeys already downfield. Pressure, pass in front, but pass to nobody, actually. Looking at it, you thought with that touch that Smokes was farther downfield, but instead, G1 are just giving the ball, and they got the tie game.
Yeah, just an easy goal back for G1. Love the little corner pass though there from Oli. You know, really instructive pass there. You don't have to center the ball by hitting the back wall. You can just chip it into the corner wall. Much more dangerous sometimes for the goalkeeper, for the defense to recover from. But now it's going to be a brief chance for Monkeys. The bump failed to connect there after the kickoff for G1. Let's control. Back corner patience there from Atomic, giving his teammates time to retreat.
Touch works for Smokes, goes for the catch. It popped up a little bit, and the improv working out for Smokes to keep it locked in the blue half. Follow-up 50. Raziers tried to pinch it out. Small touches, a bump even. Monkeys crashing the blue half. Bumps, soft touches, trying to drill through on these 50s. Right here, Razier. That's a perfect pop-up for Monkeys. How do they set this one up? They got Matane and Smokes set up on the far side. Razier's just going to pump this towards the backboard. Despite the looks that Monkeys have, the good ones, G1 have thwarted every attempt that they've thrown at them, even with the harassment in the box, with the bumps and those close 50s. It's 1-1 demo for G1, and Atomic nails the double.
Demos land for G1. We hear explosions off screen, and then C1 as the camera pans around. Atomic is there to double in from close range, and they are about to reverse sweep Monkeys at this rate. If you've just tuned in, this has been an unpredictable series as we anticipated, with G1 getting a surprise win in 1v1, and now looking to finish the job in game 5, confirm their run through the upper bracket.
Another shot, but 2 were there for G1. Tane got on the backside. Another shot, little wide, but this one off the board again. And 2 players from Monkeys couldn't get it. Here's a pass on the far side. Monkeys getting creative. Another demo, but nobody there for the follow-up shot. There's another demo for Smokes. No boost, but the ball hit right into him. He jumps for it. He doesn't get it. Free ball again for Monkeys. Another quick shot. Another 2 commit from G1. And Oli finally breaks out for G1, holding on to that 2-1 lead. But Monkeys looks like such a threat when they get in front of the box.
Yeah, they're really pushing as hard as they can here. They know this means so much for their qualification. Like we talked about earlier, if they lose, the loser of this series likely has to beat either Oxygen or BDS. Oh. And Monkeys are not done. They don't want to be the losing team. The center ball flies in off of 50-50. Atomic trying to keep control in the back corner, but he does not do that. He actually just 50s it straight towards Matane, and it's in the net. Monkeys tie game.
And you think even with Atomic, he repositions on the back wall, and then the ball bounces off the corner instead of rolling, and it was in that little spot where you felt like it could have been either. The tougher read to make, but like you said, that first touch was much more important for Atomic. Cut away from him. Now G1 got to fight again in game 5. Dorito pops this up high as Oli waits for the touch. G1 starting to get more physical. It's been Monkeys who have been most, but now 2 demos for G1, and Divine with a diving stop in front of the net. They catch it out. Monkeys survive.
What's that save? Keeping Monkeys in this series, keeping them in the game. Final 15 seconds now. It's G1 once again. They're pressing, looking for a late goal. Will they get the opportunity? They're hunting. Dorito hesitant to move in on the play. Mitane right on top of the ball there. He didn't want to overcommit. There's more back corner control. Whoa! But it's into the middle. It's almost on target for Monkeys to get a late goal, but now it's going the other way.
Wait, Oli? The pre-jump pass cut off by Matane, and oh wait, I don't know if they should have kept that ball up. Okay, it falls. Overtime.
Overtime, game 5. Winner advances and will be the favorite to qualify for Gamers 8. Loser has a hard road ahead of them. The closest match on paper in round 1 is delivering. Can Monkeys get, in my opinion, the slight upset? G1, a major team from the winter split. Acquiring Oli, they're going to win this surely. Atomic's there for the finish. Oh, it was a terrible miss for Monkeys that made it possible. Oh, Mitane, he's played so well today, but that is just a must-hit overhead clear. I can't believe he's with that, Jorby, but with that, G1 will advance. The reverse sweep is complete.
Wow, Matane, unfortunate for having played so well, and I thought Atomic might have beamed that shot for a second, but it did, in fact, go in. That would have been horror for G1, but now they get the pleasure of the reward of playing Vitality in the upper semifinals later on, so that'll be fun. But GG's to G1, where we thought it might have been done after Razier's, or we thought it might have been done going into the 1v1.
Yes, yes.
But then Dorito winning that 1v1 put G1 in the spot to win this. That's a big clutch moment for Dorito.
Yeah, it's the most surprising game in this series. You know, we want to really emphasize that even looking at how the game went, I still can't believe that Dorito clutched up that hard for G1. So well done to him. Their path now a lot easier. If everything else goes according to seeding, they're going to need to beat SA or German Amigos to qualify for Gamers 8. That'll be later on today. Their next match, like Derby said, versus Vitality.
I believe.
Last year we participated in Gamers 8 with Luminosity Gaming. At that time I was playing with Ixo and Tox as my teammates. We had a lot of connection between all three of us because we played a lot of games together. They are friends of mine, so we're good.
To take one away, Tox a little left, just gets to the 50. Atomic again on small pad work, got the 50 in front. Excellent work by Atomic. Didn't get the wave landing, but it ended up working out in his favor on the 50.
Oh, he couldn't catch up with that either. Tox will roll another one in, and Luminosity again.
The hotel was incredible, the experience of the hotel. Also the experience of going to the place where we go to compete, seeing all that kind of new culture, all those new people who want to get a sign, to get photos. That's an incredible feeling. And also I love to travel to all the places around the world. So visiting a new site, a new place so far away from Spain, it's huge for me, and I love that experience in the past. As of right now, my team is G1. I'm playing with Dorito and Oali. I would say a little bit of name behind. I would also say that Oali is coming through a redemption arc because he left Oxygen and he couldn't play for one split, so he has the motivation to destroy all the teams now. He wants to show that he has level to play. We are gonna go for it. We will try to win every single game we play because we love the competition. Everybody can say, like, if they win scrims, we are gonna win the regional easy, like, you know. But to be fair, we never know because EU, I would say, is the best region by far, and right now there's more than 5 teams that can win a regional easy. But I'm pretty confident. I'm very confident in my team. I think we're gonna do good. I know we can do it because we have the level and we have the potential. We just have to play, destroy everyone, like, easy.
Gamers, UNICEF and I need you by our side for a real-life mission. A mission to protect the rights of every child. After news cameras have left, UNICEF is here. Every day, everywhere, but particularly where it's needed most. Did you know that more than 170 million children need UNICEF's humanitarian aid this year? At Gamers Without Borders, many of you have already chosen UNICEF, and I thank you for that. Choosing UNICEF is the easiest and smartest decision you can make, because you're investing in a child. And investing in a child guarantees lifelong returns, not only for that child, but also for their community and for our world.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Welcome back to the Gamers Without Borders B stream. We just got done with G1 versus Monkeys, and that one was really fun. Went whole way 5. G1 ended up winning. They get to play Vitality in the upper semifinals, but we got more quarterfinal matches coming up. I believe it is Oxygen versus SUH on the A stream, and over here we're gonna have German Amigos versus BDS. So we'll get to the German Amigos BDS in a second, but let's go ahead and take a look at the total brackets. You guys can see how exactly everyone is getting to where they are. Vitality, I'm convinced they intentionally threw that 3v3 so they could get Zen playing 1v1.
Yeah.
You can't convince me otherwise. But our first two results are there, and our next two quarterfinals up next.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there. Vitality, they know what the fans want. They want to see Zen in 1v1, so nice little throw there against Fofax Stop. Yeah, we'll be playing, well, that game will be played, Vitality versus G1 will be played today, so you've got that to look forward to later on in the A stream. Right now, Oxygen versus on the A stream, we've got BDS debuting with Rise here, well, their first match, competitive match with Rise right here. Some very exciting stuff against a proven team in threes, German Amigos, team who almost made the Winter Major. They lost out on a tiebreak against G1 for that, but just a little bit of news for you guys who are going to be watching both streams. We got German Amigos BDS here. Oxygen also debuting with Ixo on the A stream. And if I'm not mistaken, they actually lost their warm-up scrim to Jesse's team. Jesse, Fruity, and Talon beat Oxygen 2-1,
What year
if
is
I'm
it?
not mistaken.
What year
Maybe
is it?
somebody in chat can confirm. I'm trying to keep up with all the action here happening in the Rocket League world. Not a good start there for Oxygen, not the best warm-up scrim result that they could have had, but yeah, hopefully BDS and German Amigos had better warm-up scrims, so they're feeling good for their match that's about to start.
Look, man, I'm not gonna speculate beyond anything, but what I will say is that I feel like German Amigos are a bit outmatched in this format in particular. BDS, to me, they have the better skill mode players, and no one on German Amigos, for me, Johnny Boy, really jumps out in that 2v2 or 1v1 arena.
Yeah.
You know, like, how are you feeling about it?
Yeah, I totally agree. I think, you know, BDS, although they're yet unproven in 3v3, you'd expect with the addition of Rise that they would be the favorites over German Amigos. It's not like, I mean, BDS, they've had a bad season, especially compared to their lofty standards in 3v3, but they've not been completely off the pace. They're still in that kind of 8th, 9th range in Europe. German Amigos, I think, finishing last split 7th. So there's not a ton between these two teams in threes, and with Rise, with a fresh start for BDS, we expect them to jump above German Amigos in that game mode. And then yeah, you've got Monkey Moon, the best twos player I think on the planet. I know that's probably going to be a hot take until we see it on LAN, but definitely online, which is where this event is being played, of course. Monkey Moon is the #1 2v2 player on the planet, and he has been for, I think, a couple of years now. He's just always #1 in the leaderboard when he wants to be, dominating 2v2 competition whenever he plays it. And yeah, probably going to see him in the 1v1 as well. I think he's, I think, better than any of the German Amigos lineup in ones, where I think Ivan is the only player I've seen play 1v1 competitively, and that was a loss when I did see him play. So yeah, I think BDS, they're just better in every game mode.
Now, look, man, you know, he's not here right now, but as far as best 2v2 players go, Monkey Moon, maybe my boy Yan over in
I wasn't sure you were going to go with it. Yan, okay. Yeah. Yan lost, I imagine, the combo you want to see there?
Yeah, Yan lost, absolutely. I really want to see that. I need the revenge against Danmo, personally, but, you know, he's not here. They're not here. Monkey Moon is here. We do get to look at them, so we will be getting the match going very shortly. So because this is, you know, a potential 3v3s, how are you feeling about German Amigos in 3v3 specifically? Obviously, Rise, brand new player on BDS. We have yet to see how they synergize. But for German Amigos, threes is their bread and butter. So is that, obviously it's their best hope, but is it a realistic hope?
I think it's definitely a realistic hope. You know, German Amigos, what they do well is they are very organized in defense. And, you know, it's a proven play style to work, even at a World's international stage by teams like FaZe. Now, I don't think German Amigos are anywhere near FaZe level in terms of confidence, mechanics, or even, you know, full organization, trust in each other. But they're up there. They're one of the best defensive teams, I think, in the world, definitely in Europe, and that's where they need to shine today. They need to contain BDS. BDS kind of pioneers of that all-out aggressive style, just midfield control in the modern era. And yeah, with Rise, I don't expect that to change. I don't think that's the addition of a defensive player. I think it's the addition of a very creative and attacking player. So I think that we're going to see, BDS most of the time in offense controlling the ball, but will they be able to break down German Amigos is the question. I'm leaning towards yes, but German Amigos have to put up that defensive stand if they're going to win this.
Yeah, German Amigos, just to give you guys a little bit of context, just looking at their previous matches, a lot of their results coming up against Europe, like 14 to 16 level teams, like they're beating teams like Solary and Sub, but they're losing to your usuals, your G1s, your Vitalities, your K-Corps, your Oxygens. They're not beating these teams consistently or really at all. They have like some random wins the whole way back in winter against Team Liquid. And they do have a win against old BDS in winter as well in a best of 5. But other than that, the outlook is not too good for German Amigos in this match. Now, we could have a surprise, right? Dorito, big surprise in the last match. But as we get this underway, most games usually end up the way we think they will, Johnny. Let's see what this one brings.
Well, just the simple fact that Dorito has already beaten Braziers in 1v1 today, it's I think we've already seen the most surprising 1v1 result. I don't think there can be a more surprising result than that, other than Zen losing. That would be the only one. If Zen loses the 1v1, I'll take it. Yeah, that is more surprising as a loss, unless it's to a Jorias or to a Raziers. But yeah, Dorito beating Razier shows that it is possible. If someone like Ivan steps in against Monkey Moon, or potentially Rise, if Monkey Moon's not feeling too good today, I can see Rise playing ones. That's not as surprising, I'd say. So yeah, German Amigos, don't count them out here. They're the underdogs in this matchup, in this format especially. BDS have not proven themselves as of yet with this new roster.
No, they definitely have a chip on their shoulder. If I have any idea of the kind of guy Monkey Moon is, I know that he does not appreciate how the waters have been for BDS lately. And the crew battle format, a lot of teams using this as great practice for their new rosters in the upcoming season. This one does mean a lot for the mental, I think, of BDS. It's more about proving it to themselves than it is proving it to anybody else.
Yeah, they'll be devastated if they don't qualify for day 2, if they don't qualify for Gamers 8, as will all teams in this tournament. I mean, it's such a big jump up in, just making a lap. That's just really all everybody in Rocket League wants to do. Big jump up in charity prize pool as well. So a must win, just like it was for both teams earlier. This round 1 really is a must win if you're going to put yourself in a favorable position, dodge the other big teams in the bracket. And as of yet, it is going to be much of what we expected. BDS just waiting for that golden opportunity, trying to force a mistake from German Amigos. That was a great try from Rise in his first game for BDS, almost getting on the score sheet.
Some good bumps from BDS as well earlier, still building up that pressure. Really just full control of the pitch. Monkey Moon gets a free ball in midfield. No one's going to get up there to challenge him. Finally, Tox comes around. Monkey Moon had only run out of boost. Probably the only reason he doesn't drill through on that play. That's a good transition, though, for Kata. Nothing going to happen here as... Just realized Kata and Catalysm. For some reason, my brain interpreted those as two separate people, but no, that is Catalysm. And we're going to move on.
He has named himself Kata here, Catalysm, as some players love to do. I think was Radosin from Vitality, was he really playing as Donkey Kong in this tournament on the A stream? I'm sure someone in chat was watching both. Yeah, he's been running with the name Vitality Donkey Kong recently. Not entirely sure why. Oh, that's almost a goal out of nowhere for German Amigos. Hits the post, and I think so did one of the BDS players who was lunging to make a save. BDS now on the counter-attack. Monkey Moon actually just misses the overhead. Looks like he's trying to hit it downwards as he's trying to hit an aerial close to ceiling height there. Not the cleanest start for BDS. They're still in a tie game.
No boost there for Seiko. Seiko really received a lot of criticism over the last 2 splits on BDS, whether they're deserved or not. Another discussion entirely.
I think deserved.
You think deserved? Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. When you're in the thing for best player in the world last season, at the end of last season at least, and you know, definitely everybody's top 10, and you perform, you know, more like a player who might be top 50 in the world this season, that's a big drop off, and you know, you can't really blame that all on team synergy. So yeah, Seiko has to prove that he's still Seiko, the Seiko that we knew last season, the Seiko who really had one of the best rookie performances in a debut season that we've ever seen in the history of the game. That's a great press here from German Amigos. They look like the better team in game one overall. We've seen you know, a couple of chances for BDS, but German Amigos have had better ones so far.
I think that first half it was starting to look better for BDS, but you're absolutely right. German Amigos, it's that 230 mark. Had the better of it. Oh, the idea to leave that from Tox to not dodge into that, it would have been a low percentage 50. It almost turned into disaster. Third man for German Amigos. It seemed like he wasn't ready for BDS to cover that up so quickly. They recovered from that. Ivan with no boosts, struggling to get his team a chance at it. German Amigos rotation even with Ivan there. Back going to collect boost. They can't really get control of the ball right now, and BDS are slowly starting to take possession.
Yeah, this is, you know, so far German Amigos' way, and they have got a glorious opportunity here. It's not going to result in a goal, though. No one there to finish it off. BDS are in a bit of trouble in this first game. They've been outplayed so far. Still no goals to show for it, and you know, that is the story of German Amigos a lot of the time. So many chances. They do finally take one. Oh my goodness, Ivan to the top corner. 2 seconds left. They finally get the goal.
Oh man, he gets this, or he forces the poor touch off the final defender, Monkey Moon, and then Ivan still has to slot that. You still have 2 defenders coming on the backside of the net. Ivan places it perfectly, add the power to boot, and there's no way you're stopping that shot. BDS with 0 seconds left. Are they even gonna get the drill here? Seiko keeps it up nicely. Monkey Moon 69. Pop up high and immediately cut down. German Amigos at the end of game one steal it.
Yeah, I mean, a deserved win overall. It looked like BDS were going to make it into overtime, but they just couldn't do it. Monkey Moon trying to force a 50-50 at the end there. He was denied it, just ended up passing the ball down to Ivan by mistake. And definitely a deserved win there for German Amigos in the opening 3v3. A very important win as well, because I do still think BDS have the edge in both of the other matches. But they do not look confident. That wasn't the fresh start that they were hoping for with the addition of Rise in the roster. Unfortunately, looks like more of the same. You know, double commits. You know, not the same dominant style that we're so used to seeing last season. Can BDS level up? I mean, it's only one game. We shouldn't jump to conclusions yet. In fact, you know, they could lose every 3v3 this whole weekend, and we should still not jump to conclusions. But that wasn't what they wanted to see. Of course, BDS fans so desperate for some success for this roster. Hasn't happened yet. They've got the pick of the game mode here, though, and you know, just like we said earlier, if they are going to win this series, they will need to play the 1v1. Not necessarily win it yet, but they'll need to play it. So, do they just get it out of the way with now? Do they go to 2v2? I don't think either are bad options, but this will really tell us about how confident Monkey Moon is feeling in 1v1 today.
Yeah, and definitely not the death knell for BDS either way. We do get the 2v2. Tox and Ivan, Rise and Monkey Moon, which have been a pretty good duo when we've seen them play together. You say that Monkey Moon, best twos player in the world.
For
See him
me,
showcase it here for you, and I'm sure many others feel the same. Tox got the catch, flick a little high for Monkey Moon to go for.
Yeah, it's a really interesting conversation, and I think it is a discussion until we see a big twos LAN like Gamers 8 happen, a LAN with 2v2 involved. You know, who is the best 2v2 player, who's the best 2v2 team will always be a debate, hotly contested debate, especially with Daniel Beast Mode playing so well, duos like Rawas, Kalirs in the Middle East, defending champions Furia, just absolute demons in 2v2 last season at Gamers 8 with Jan Card. Now they got Jan lost. I think it is a discussion, but yeah, Monkey Moon, I think he's the best French 2v2 player, and I think France are the best 2v2 players. So that's where my logic really goes. Yeah, I think it's as simple as that. It is interesting to see that they've gone for Monkey Moon Rise. They recently, just the other day, beat Zen and Alpha 54 in a show match on my channel. But, you know, Monkey Moon and Seiko have played a lot more twos historically than Monkey Moon and Rise have. This recent addition to BDS, of course. But will they be able to make it work? This is promising, again, early on for BDS. Monkey Moon with a slow shot there intentionally, knowing that Tops had the save covered. Good defense at the back corner boost there by Tox, just barely beating out the boost steal.
You know, it could be one of those new marriages, you know, the honeymoon period for Monkey Moon and Rise. So even though you get those results with Seiko, you're just feeling so good with Rise. But Rise not feeling good about that one. Tox just called him out.
Well, Tox and Ivan are looking to prove that this is not a BDS favored matchup. Looks like Rise was not expecting Tox to get back quickly for that, or at least underestimated how soon he needed to be defending that play. German Amigos, BDS in a very tricky position. But you know, much like the G1 series, the G1 Monkey series that we just saw, if we do get to game 4 1v1, it will be match point for someone. We're just not sure who yet. And you know, that could just end up giving BDS a ton of momentum if they lose this and then win the next 3v3. Favored, I think, in the 1v1, then, you know, we'd be going into a very similar situation as G1 did with the reverse sweep on the cards.
Could very well happen. German Amigos, though, maybe they could pull out the Dorito strats. That would be quite insane. Got to play the rest of this 2v2 out. German Amigos only up by 1 as well.
Save.
Tox, that's a great stop. Trying to get out, though. He's getting harassed by Monkey Moon. Ivan does the job. Still at 23, but just didn't want to lose that 50 in a bad way to Rise. He still can't get control of the ball.
Yeah, so more defense from German Amigos, even though it's 2v2. It's what they prefer to do. Ivan on the breakaway. He gets demoed, but he won't fail to score. And it's, you know, something they've done well in both game modes today. Just defended, frustrated BDS. And now they hit them on the counter attack for 2-0.
And Rise just got caught cheating up. He wanted that corner boost, and then he didn't even get the corner boost as he turned out. And there was just no chance for him to actually catch up to that ball. I don't even think he gets to it, even if he gets that boost. Now he's missed the close chance. He knew he had to avoid Tox. Had to avoid somebody. Monkey Moon sets up Rise, and finally BDS get to the back of the net.
Yeah, great shot by Rise here. Monkey Moon slamming the center ball into the ceiling with a very early interception. Rise had to commit. I mean, at this point, they've had nothing going their way today. They've got to get something. There it is. Will BDS be able to supplement that with a kickoff possession play? It goes their way marginally, now heavily in their favor. Monkey Moon going to steal back corner boost as Rise takes mid. Ivan is boost starved here. Tox has to do something, and he doesn't. Ivan isn't going to need to control this. Very little boost, in fact, none at his disposal. Still,
we got
hasn't
bumped
picked
into
one
it.
up.
Oh, it's Monkey Moon bumped Ivan into Rise's challenge, or into the challenge against Rise. I think Rise probably wins that challenge. Monkey Moon doesn't bump him on that play. I mean, how can you predict that? I think they're going for the right play. It's very dangerous coming from behind when a player's on the ball, though. And here's another bump out. They're not getting that pressure, Johnny. They had that last chance from Rise on the attempted reset, but even here, Tox just dodges into the ball on the side. Now Rise has to full field clear. Monkey Moon's looking for something, but they'll get the boost steals, no bumps or anything. German Amigos actually feeling some pressure here.
Oh,
Rise somehow puts the ball in. What?
Well, it didn't look like much, but it was enough. Rise with a soft lob on target. I think Tox just wasn't quite ready for it to be going in. He thought it was hitting the bar a bit more flush than it did, but it goes bar and into the net. Tox got a piece of it, but not enough.
Wow. Well, all right, BDS. Will absolutely take it. Now Tox, there he goes. Just a simple air dribble. Forced the 50 and a double commit. But that ball out to the side, that was hard for Ivan to work with. And Monkey Moon had closed down the angle quickly, as he so often has in this 2v2. It's looked fairly good, but when it comes to that disruptive game, he hasn't been as successful. They've gotten that tie game. Now it's just about managing the ball. Thinking about where you want to take that risk. If you like overtime, you don't want to give up a goal, certainly with this amount of time on the clock. Just giveaway from Rise. That tester might work out. Monkey Moon actually gets the shot, and a nice catch from Tox.
Yeah, big boost steal coming in from Monkey Moon as well. He's going to stick around in the corner here. It looks like Tox, for not the first time this game, has defended the back corner boost well. That's really a big part of German Amiga's defense. They have to defend these back corner boosts as well as their goal if they're going to survive against BDS. Now Monkey Moon, maybe the full pitch air dribble. Will he go solo here? He's intercepted early by Tox. Rises out of position. That's a free shot for Tox. It's off the post. The follow-up is there for Ivan. Well, BDS went all in, and they're punished for it.
They really did. Rise just kept driving over to the corner. The play hadn't even developed yet. You had full faith that Monkey Moon was at least going to get a neutral 50, but his follow-up touch was too weak. He got on the far side of the ball, tried to make up for it for the reset, and then his reset just made it perfect to get dumped downfield. He had to cover up that ball for Rise to have time, but that's 2 times now. Rise has played overly aggressive going into the corner with Monkey Moon, and twice he's gotten immediately punished for it.
Yeah, it's just a complete lack of synergy from BDS. I mean, a lot of people will look at that from Monkey Moon and think, well, that's so greedy. Why would he solo play there when Rise was wide open? But it's the meta right now is the solo play. Take turns solo playing in twos. So really, I think Rise there has to just, stay in that pocket, be available, be a threat just by existing on that left wing. But definitely think a bit more about recovering fast, because where was he on the counterattack defense? He just wasn't there. BDS out of position a couple of times. Rise is too aggressive, I'd say, as Monkey Moon's looking to make plays against German Amigos here. But yeah, they've got it all to do now. Just like G1 did before, they've got it all to do. They need to win both of the remaining 3v3s, and like G1, they've got to win the 1v1. Good news is, unlike G1, I think they've got the 1v1 advantage, so it's not over yet for BDS.
Yeah, we'll see if BDS can win this 3v3. If German Amigos have gained the confidence, and we talked about BDS needing to prove to themselves that they are that team with Rise, but going down 2 games early, is that enough to shift the mental balance of both teams? BDS can right that mental ship right here. All it takes is 1 game leading goal to right all those wrongs, right? But if they can't get that established early, this could be disaster for BDS.
Yeah, it's just, it's really difficult to know where BDS are at in the headspace right now. We've been looking at them all season thinking, do they need to switch up? Do they need to change a player? Even though it's so hard to imagine BDS changing a player, they've decided that they do need to switch out extra for Rise. And, one of the advantages of changing a player is that you do just get that, mental reset that just comes with any kind of fresh start. But it looks like they're going to get the same start as they've had. Once again, it's German Amigos who score first, and it is another overcommit by BDS. Seiko trying to pressure the ball. Third man dives. They are not on the same page. It's not just Rise, it's the whole team. They are not communicating. They're not giving each other space in the pitch, and they're losing again.
It's like all 3 are trying to place the domino row all in the same row, but none of them are actually talking to each other. They're just playing with blindfolds on. So everyone's just placing dominoes down, and they get about 3 or 4 dominoes in before third man comes in and just knocks over the whole thing trying to place his domino down. There's no cohesion there from BDS, and German Amigos are just getting some of these interesting goals that BDS should not be having their third man get blown through like this. Great trip down from Monkey, but the post ruins him, and then the misread coming in from Seiko. He couldn't make contact. German Amigos get away with that.
Yeah, it's a shame to see. I mean, BDS have got the talent on the roster now, but they just can't apply it, it seems. They just need, I think it really is as simple as giving each other space in the pitch, because they're getting in each other's way. They're sometimes, we've seen them driving into each other, double committing, overextending, and the easiest fix to that is just to not be where your teammates are. It's a really good piece of advice to give to your lower rated friends when you're playing Rocket League with them. Try, if you want to improve your positioning in Rocket League at just a very basic level, be where your teammates are not. Because if you're where your teammates are, double commits are more likely. It's harder to communicate. That's, I think, where BDS are going wrong right now. They're just rushing everything. And unless they can calm down and just force a goal against a very good defense, they are going to be done. And they're going to be making a fast trip to the lower bracket.
Monkey Moon tries another pass, and defense too well organized by German Amigos. 2 dunks for Catalysm. Ball just kind of falls into his bumper on that play. BDS, almost like a Lambo stuck in first gear right now. It looks pretty. They have the right makeup, the right parts, but for some reason, just not working. They're stuck on defense now. The soft touch is going to work. Rise with the pop-up. Has another softie, but the 50 goes high and back out. Tox manages that touch well. A couple chain dashes to get downfield. This is a great setup for German Amigos. Can they deliver the shot? No, but the bump actually puts the shot off target. Catalysm just barely keeps them out. BDS get another bump, but the free ball is free no longer. Here it is. Can he put it in? German Amigos certainly friendly with each other on the pitch here.
Yeah, once again, it's 2 out of the game for BDS. Third man not committing this time, but getting demoed, and they've conceded a second goal from their own attack, failing. German Amigos are just having their way with BDS. I mean, BDS are playing right into German Amigos' strength here. They're known as, you know, one of the best defensive teams, one of the only teams in Europe who like to do this, you know, prioritize their defense first. BDS are just they're allowing them to abuse them with this strategy by constantly sending too many players past the ball.
Thought for sure Ivan was about to sauce that ball. But he didn't get it. I love the pre-jump reads off the opponent's backboard. There's nothing that there's a few things that get me excited, and that's not true. Everything good. The way I said that sentence is literally a false statement about me, but look, you know what I was trying to say, all right? It's a cool play. I wanted to see more of it, and German Amigos have killed a lot of time off the clock here. Just under a minute until they sweep BDS into the lower bracket.
Yeah, you know, it's very early days yet, but when we're looking at the 2 3v3 games we've seen so far, I don't think BDS fans, I don't think that your neutral fans are going to like what they see. You know, people who want to see BDS fail, they're going to love what they see, because this has been just an absolute disaster class for BDS so far. They've had very little firepower to really write home about. I think there's just another no-goal game in threes. No goals in the first game, looks like no goals in this one. And German Amigos doing what they do. They're just grinding out wins, punishing mistakes, and luckily for them, there have been plenty. Oh, there's surely the first goal.
Okay.
It is the first goal for BDS. As German Amigos make the first blunder. It's like Ivan trying to control the ball in the back hole, but he gets dunked on. Panic ensues.
They put the butter on the bread. Now it's just about hitting the pan. Trying to make the grilled cheese. BDS, 7 seconds. What do they got drawn up here on the kickoff? Oh, Monkey Moon on the cheat up. Not going to get anything on it. They were already on top of it. Now a 0-second drill for BDS. Seiko, decent launch, but is Monkey Moon going to find a way in? Rise also playing real close. Ivan tries to kill the ball to commit. Monkey Moon denied. Another great touch. Tox leaves it, but a bounce up for Rise. Monkey Moon and Seiko trying to get in position. And there it is. Catalysm deletes BDS from the lobby and sweep them into the lower bracket, Johnny.
It's just a disappointing start for BDS, but they're not out yet. They're going to be playing the lower bracket against the loser of Oxygen versus Sao, which is currently ongoing on the A stream. Oxygen win game 3-2-1. It looks like it's 1-1 overall. But yeah, BDS have got a lot of improvements to make here. You know, so many double commits, so many moments where they're driving into each other, or at least getting in each other's way and overextending. The good news is, those are some very obvious mistakes. You know, you give a pro team these replays, if they go back and watch the VOD on that, they're going to be like, yeah, that's, you know, blatant. It's really clear to see where we're going wrong. So if they can, you know, come in with a fresh look in the next series, then I could see them making a lower bracket run. It will need to be a step up from that performance we just saw, though. That was not it.
Yeah, well, BDS aren't out of the tournament. They will fall to the lower bracket. One more chance for them to qualify, and we should be wrapped up with all of our quarterfinal matches. We move on to the upper semis and lower bracket after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Aggressive, I would definitely say first killer. He's always been known for that, being offensive side of the field.
Probably Atomic, the NA Atomic. I do think he's just a super aggressive mechanical player. That's the main key of offense in G2.
Trusted 45.
Batira. I would probably say Batira.
Probably Tox, actually. That's like, I'm very related to defense and like going for a lot of saves, so I'd say me.
Virtuoso.
I'd probably say Calm. He's kind of built his pro career out of doing that kind of role for his team.
Calm. Oh, definitely Virtuoso. Virtuoso was like the main guy that started off the demos in the kind of strategy or play style.
Smart player, I think Itachi.
Exotic, again, Carmine Corp on EU.
Catalysm actually. Catalysm is like the epitome of smart. He's super smart out of the game and inside the game, so he's the first person that I think of.
First Killer. Boost Army, I'd probably go with First Killer again. He's super aggressive. He's going to be on your side of the field a lot, so with that comes stealing a lot of our boost.
Vatira. Vatira will just sit on your boost for 30 seconds straight without an issue, because he has teammates that will just play for him.
Flick, I would go with apparently Jack. Super good ones player. He's been known for having great flicks, and he's still, to this day, one of the best ones players in the world. Moxie is like the guy that you will have wanting to play 1v1 for flicks. He flicks everything top corner. He's super known for that as well. So
Seiko.
Daniel.
Justin is like the guy that will not as much anymore, but he's just the guy that you will think of right away if you think of mechanics and flip resets.
Every day it feels like there is a new crisis. Families displaced by violent earthquakes and wars. Warm hearts sleeping under cold blankets of stars. Lives destroyed and washed away. Families fleeing into the unknown. But look closer. See the hope everywhere. See the ones running towards disasters to help. Compassion exists all around the world. Kindness is healing wounds, bringing hope for a brighter tomorrow. Look closer and see the many families like Layla's who've lived through unimaginable hardships and yet haven't given up. Please don't give up on those forced to flee. Donate now.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Welcome back, everybody, to Gamers Without Borders Europe Edition. We've gotten through 2 games here on the B stream. We're going to follow it up with one more with our lower bracket match between Fufax Dop and Monkeys. We just watched Monkeys earlier get reverse swept by G1, and Fufax Dop had the honor of playing Vitality first, so winning that one was going to be difficult. Now, both of these teams are on their last life, Johnny.
Yeah, this is a must-win. Every game here must win if you want to make Gamers 8, if you want to make day 2 of this tournament and win more charity prize money. It's so important that you get a good start in this format, it seems, you know, with a ton of pressure on G1 earlier on, having to do the impossible to come back against Monkeys, and then BDS afterwards, as we've seen here, just not able to come back from a bad start against German Amigos. It looks like their confidence was just completely shot. But yeah, German Amigos, they're in that upper bracket, and they've got a brilliant chance to qualify now, because, you know, even if they do lose in that upper semi, they're going to be against the winner of this match that's coming up next on the stream, Fufax Stop against Monkeys. So lots of interesting matches here on the B stream. It felt like, you know, A stream drama over here all day.
Yeah, it really has. I mean, we had that reverse sweep, had a close chance. I mean, BDS kind of giving it up was entertaining in its own way. But starting here in the lower bracket now, this is where it really gets tough, because the length just, it increases by a match to qualify. It's not good enough to just win 2 and you're in. Now you got to win 1 more. So this is going to be a difficult one. But Monkeys, I thought they looked pretty good in their match against G1 overall. Fufax Stop, we didn't get a chance to watch over here on the B stream, but no doubt Vitality were probably going to be too much for them. But what's your makeup of these two teams in each mode, Johnny?
Well, you know, Fufax Stop, they're difficult to judge at the moment because they did have to play against Vitality in their first match, but they beat Vitality in one of the 3v3 games there, overtime 3-2 win, so that's obviously a great game, although they lost the series in the upper bracket 3-1. And Lhasa played the 1v1 against Zen, only lost 7-4, so that's also a really, really promising result. You know, this team was a very unpredictable team coming in. We didn't know who's going to play the 1v1 or who the 2v2 lineup's going to be. It was actually Lhasa and Karka, the Spanish pairing in this team. So I'm excited for that. I think that they could definitely throw some curveballs at Monkeys with the well-known Spanish 2v2 strategies. But I think, yeah, Monkeys have to be the favorites here. They took G1 all the way to Game 5. They should be winning the series against Fufax Stop as well.
These are kind of the two teams that are trying to make the next punch up in the European standings, just in general. Fufax Stop, I know, has gotten some hype from European fans as one of those teams to take the next step. And Monkeys, that roster has had talents that have been around for a while, like Matane, but then new talents like Smokes, who have had a nice come up. Braziers, who hasn't really made his name in 3v3s too much, but hey, Smokes is there to get the first goal in 3v3.
Yeah, nice start for them there as Faris just ended up under the ball and then left it. I mean, I can't agree with that decision at all by Faris. I don't know why he left that ball when a shot was coming in from Smokes. It looks like his teammate had no idea that was going to happen either as he rushed in to support Faris in that position. I mean, Faris, he's got to be thinking there that he's, you know, making some kind of fake play by being near the ball. But yeah, really just dangerous play, immediately punished by Monkeys.
Monkeys had to fight back a couple times against G1. Oh, look at this play in front from Karka. Almost made it work himself. Follow up just a little too far back, but you can't really blame Lhasa for that. Just great defense. The Monkeys covering that one up. Pressure here early from Faris. Attempted flip reset pass. It's Fufax Stop just getting mechanical, and Karka slotted that top left.
A lovely placement from Karka there. Faris drops it down to Lhasa, who passes back. Full team passing play here. Faris even bumping the goalkeeper as well. I mean, that's some brilliantly timed aggression by Fufax Stop.
Nicely done. Their push is looking threatening as first man. It wasn't just, who was it on that last push? It was Faris who had that flip reset attempt, but even before it was Karka trying to create opportunities with their mechanics. Utilize those resets for space, for advantages on challenges. Worked out once here for Fufax Stop. Nice dunk as well. Smokes hit that one into him and was likely not to work for him. And a nice little move from Karka. They're getting those follow-up touches, Fufax Stop are, Johnny, and can always be deadly if you're Monkeys and you're positioning for at least that first touch to be a challenge. But if Fufax Stop win it completely on that first touch, that follow-up becomes deadly for them.
Yeah, Fufax Stop. Oh, they're matching well, but Smokes has just scored an absolute worldie. A little floor pinch that he's collected himself with a ceiling double tap. It's less of a pinch, I guess, more of a half volley, but still unreal by Smokes. The placement was perfection.
Right between two defenders, too. Even if Karka dodges into that, I don't know if he actually gets the touch. It was just so well, like you said, so well placed, but had great velocity coming out of Smoke's car. Now here's another pass and off the ball. What a grab! The great read. Fufax Stop keep it within one, but still more pressure coming. And there from the midfield line, a pass up high, back to Raziers. Raziers the first touch, he gets the second one, but nobody was ready for it. They thought for sure it was defended on the backboard. Demo through the smoke, Matane scores!
Yeah, the pressure too much for Fufax Stop to handle. Monkeys get their third goal. Karka needed to do better with the clear. I mean, he saved his shot, which was tough enough, but he's got to clear the ball to safety as well. Monkeys are just running away with game one.
Time for Fufax Stop to get set up. Those looks. Matane trying to come in to build more pressure. Nice move here from Smokes. That's all he's going to get, though. Nothing too crazy here from Monkeys either on this push. Just rotate in. Second man playing this one pretty tight. But that third man has had a little bit of lax to it, and he just got Goomba stomped. Lassa will collect off of the bump.
It's more brilliantly timed aggression by Fufak off the ball. First goal, it was a bump. Second goal, it's another bump. I think it probably was going to be a save there for Monkeys had it not been for that off the ball bump. So, I mean, they're timing it well. Both goals, they've looked for that goalkeeper, looked for that last man, and clattered him out of the play.
Gets here, Karka. That's just a loose ball now for Monkeys. Seeing that backboard, that's twice now. Despite the backboard being defended, he's testing Fufak's ability to grab each one of those. Now Matane, down pass, cut off, but too committed, leaving an open ball and maybe a chance, but he gets bumped off the play. Faris comes in, collects his canister. He needed that one. Now Fufak stop. Here they come, the counterattack aggression again. But they didn't win that 50 in midfield. That killed the approach. Karka on the wall. That was a decent recovery, but not good enough. Fufak stop surviving on the retreat.
Just like G1 earlier, you'd expect Fufak Stop to be the team who need this more in the 3v3 with Raziers waiting to 1v1 for Monkeys, but obviously that didn't turn out to be the case against G1. Dorito beating Raziers. Maybe Fufak Stop can replicate with Lassa going so close to Zen in their upper bracket 1v1 that's happened so far. They're definitely playing, I think, at a good enough level to go the distance with Monkeys in this series. And Fufak Stop are indeed the underdogs. They can't be the underdogs by too much playing like this.
Good cash from Faris. Lassa tried to control it. He did well enough. Great shot off the bar. That's certainly going in. They tie it up.
They've done it again. It's another well-timed bump. Lassa up quickly, leaves the ball behind him, lands on Matane right as he's looking to jump up and make a save. And that was just too awkward for Matane to handle. Fufak Stop. 3 goals from 3 bump plays on goalkeepers.
Well, if Erdosin is naming himself Donkey Kong, Fufak Stop can just call themselves the Mario Brothers because they are getting those Goomba stomps, collecting these goals, able to tie it up. It looked like Monkeys might have started to run away with it going up 3-1 in the early minutes of the game. But now it's Monkeys under pressure with Fufak Stop scoring the last 2. Faris, it's a wide approach for him. He couldn't get back to the ball in time. Pre-flip for Lassa trying to make up for the lax in positioning. And yeah, Karka needed to boom that ball downfield. Razier's breathing down his neck. Now Lassa makes a nice move across, but it's too much speed. Wants the bump, he doesn't get it. Monkeys barely get out. Wait, quick pass, counterattack. Faris read it.
It's a great pre-jump there by Faris. His positioning beautifully. Knew exactly where the shot was headed. Smoke's already scored some great goals in this game. But his team need him now more than ever. Real step-up game for him today. Unfortunately, it's been the odd mistake here and there for Monkeys. Put them in the lower bracket in the first place, and their vulnerability to bumps with the third man that's enabled Fufak Stop to come back.
Monkeys still trying to hang on to the midfield line. Enough boost for Lassa. He's through. Off the board. Still no shot, though, for Fufak Stop at the end. Do they play this? No, they go overtime.
Yeah, I like that as well by Fufak Stop to just accept that that's not a safe position. They go straight into OT gladly. Trying to find a teammate out in the middle, only finds Lassa. Look at this interception, a breaker rotation by Karka. They're surprising Monkeys with their aggression once again.
Karka getting there quickly before he gets deleted. Matane had the pinch, wanted the dunk. Lassa's not letting it happen. Raziers, oh, he's through one for free. Now Raziers, free flip in front, the double tap, bumping one out, and the follow-up guy gets demoed by Fufak Stop on defense. They respond to a bump with a demo, and they break out. Here they come on the counter. Lassa, slow roll pass, and denied right in front of the box, but he gets a free shot. It's up high. Faris already in the air, pass back to Lassa. Lassa lobber, saved again. Somehow Monkeys are holding on, but can they break out? They do downfield. He's already there. The shot's good. Raziers catches him on the counter.
Well, selfless play at the other end by Fufak Stop. Had Monkeys on the ropes, but they counter straight down the middle. Raziers first to the long ball, and he sinks the winner. And that will give Monkeys the first game in the series again. Second time today that they've had that game 1 win. And they are the favorites. There's no two ways about it at this point with the 1v1 advantage. They have to be winning this, surely you'd think. Or will it be another heartbreaking loss like it was to G1?
I mean, I gotta say, just through one 3v3, I get why people get so excited about this Fufax Dop roster, despite dropping that game. They just have such a fun approach on offense and how they play the game, always looking for bumps, passing the ball in interesting ways, using their mechanics. I mean, a lot of fun to look at. I absolutely expect them to play that next 3v3 closely, and who knows? Maybe Dorito did enough to shake Raziers off of his confidence. Maybe that's enough when we do get to the 1v1. Or maybe they could clutch it up here in the 2v2. I'm assuming they're going to pick 2s.
Yeah, I think they will pick 2v2. They lost 4-1. Fufax Dop did. Lassa Karka lost 4-1 to Alpha and Zen. Obviously, the Raziers and Smokes duo were able to come back from behind, from 3-0 down against Atomic and Dorito to win in their only 2v2. So it's not going to be easy for Fufax Dop. Smokes and Raziers clearly know what they're doing in twos. They've won their only 2v2 game today. But yeah, I do expect that to be the game mode of choice. Although, yeah, I mean, you never know. If Lassa is able to take Zen, to a 4-7 game. I mean, 4-7 in 1v1 is actually pretty close, especially if you're against Zen.
I feel pretty good about that if I was Lassa. He might be right. Be like, give me him. Give me Raziers. He lost to Dorito. Okay, well, they picked 2v2. That's fine. That's fine.
Well,
Karka. Yeah, go ahead, John.
Lassa Karka, they are, of course, both Spanish. Oh, I love that. We've got the wagon wheel Karka opening the scoring and the dunk at the far post. Yeah, they're a Spanish 2v2 team, so you can expect to see demo kickoffs, fake kickoffs, which is, in my opinion, a great thing to do in 2v2 to throw your opponents off. So we'll be on the lookout for those as this game goes on.
Fakes especially. It's just so easy to create such a quick attack play without a third man there to help you out. And how about this from Smokes? Great control in front. He's got the air dribble. There's a couple of threats available to him as he's off the ceiling. He has his reset. Karka has to defend that high shot, and Lassa does well to get underneath, but Smokes drives it down. He gets a little pop, jumps up on top of Lassa. Everything went right there for Smokes.
I don't know if it's just because we're in the crew battle format or if it's just part of the more part of the meta these days, but so many air dribbles this tournament are resulting in air dribbles and then low 50-50s. We saw AJ doing it a ton for Optic with the wave dash shots. Lots of players going low at the end of their air dribbles. That would really indicate that the best thing to do as the first challenge would be to just hit the ball, just ignore the player. Because if they're low 50ing, if they're looking for a wave dash shot, you just play the ball. You don't go for any kind of high block like Karka did there. That's something Fufax Dop might do if they see Smokes air dribbling again.
It's got to be difficult in this position when you're a pro. For so long, we got to defend the high shot, got to defend that reset, and now offense has adapted again, and now defenses have to get that figured out. You've got to download it one way in your brain to approach that challenge, and now you have to switch it up again. That's how the meta. Them be the breaks when it comes to the meta. Right now, Monkeys trying to push out another goal.
I mean, that's the difficult part about defending in Rocket League is that although offense has a higher mechanical ceiling, it's usually the flashiest aspect of the game and the aspect everybody wants to be best at. Defense, in terms of strategy, is a lot harder. Look at this, it's just so difficult. What do you defend here? Oh, you defend well if you're Raziers or if you're Smokes in that position. I mean, this is what I mean. It's so difficult to defend. You got to defend against bumps, 50s, mind games, mechanics, flashy plays, and you got to decide what am I going to cover here so often in defense. But you made the right decision there. Dodged the bump, forced a shot into the post, and Monkeys counter attack for 2-1.
Such a close one, and that's the goal swinger that 2v2 can bring. Everything right. Lassa and Karka got to get it figured out here. Plenty of time on the clock. I've been impressed with these two so far. Lassa almost got bumped, avoided it with a flick. From Raziers, he was excellent in the 2v2 against G1. Oh, how about this from Smokes? Tried to change up. Great idea. I feel like that works most of the time, but somehow it gets blocked. This one off the board and taken away, but light. Oh, the side flip, and well, no punish here. Smoke's going to take it.
Yeah, so far, it's just been a matter of outplays for Monkeys. They've just been better in their little 1v1 exchanges, which are a big part of 2v2s. Who can be more efficient getting the ball past the opponents? That was a really efficient outplay there by Lassa. Not a lot of the booster momentum invested, and he still got the ball past the first man. Monkeys in their 1v2 defensive moments, which have been pretty prevalent with Fufak stops. Pumping plays off the ball. They've done well. They've kept Fufak stop at bay.
Fufak stop have done enough to keep it within 1, despite Monkeys hanging on to this ball. It's another one off the corner. A very safe position for Smokes. Understandable. You don't want to give up a free counter. Now he's off the ceiling. Smokes tried to stall and almost made that one work. Couldn't quite stick it on his nose. But yeah, I mean, there's Monkeys just dumping it off again. Razier's knowing they're starving them out. And then Karka misses the boost on the turn. Lassa doesn't have a lot here either. Karka's on the small pad game. And then he misses that touch. Razier's gets back to it just barely. It almost generated a shot. But nothing there for Fufak stop. Wait, maybe they get this in midfield as they start another push. Demo on the backside. Lassa 1 to beat. That's a tough one for Smokes, but he makes it work. Lassa no boost to chase.
It's a great try there by Lassa. He's going to try and land a bump on Raziers, who escapes it. It's over a minute to go. Fufak stop survived that brief boost starvation moment. They're the team in charge. Can they get the outplays? Lassa again looking for one. Late reset lands into the air dribble. Dunk. It sets up his teammate, but the recovery comes through for Monkeys.
Oh, that's what hurts when you have to use so much boost just to get in front of the box. And when it comes to actually winning that challenge or getting the neutral 50, it's going to be hard to make it work your way. Now he leaves it for Karka. Karka far side. An easy touch for Raziers. And then that pop-up actually no good for Smokes. Again, sitting back on defense. Hasn't been a very risk-aggressive game for Monkeys after they got that second goal. May prove troublesome here at the end. Not getting that insurance. Oh, Karka trying to put it out to the side. Raziers almost hit back into him. He demos Karka out of the play. 20 seconds left.
Yeah, Fufak stop have got to win this unless they want to take the G1 route of reverse sweeping Monkeys. That is not an easy feat to accomplish. Infield from Lassa, it's not the most creative pass, but it's not the last one they're going to get. He wraps around for take 2. There it is, on target. Raziers keeps it out initially. Karka keeps it up, but there's no boost for Lassa.
Another one in midfield. Maybe he gets the catch. That's not what you need. Lassa went for the corner boost. Needed Karka to control it. He did not. And so Monkeys find themselves in a similar position. Now just have to win the 3v3 to move on.
Yeah, it's a repeat of earlier. Monkeys up by 2. They win the 3v3, the 2v2, and then back to 3s where they can try and close it out. So can they finish what they tried to do earlier this time and avoid the reverse sweep? We've been blessed today with some great games on the B stream, but not just that, content as well. If you've been enjoying the content in between the games, in between the matches, give us a 1 in chat. I really like the last content piece. We were talking about it briefly in the break, Jarby. Really interested to hear what G2's Atomic had to say about First Killer. A bit of trivia for you guys watching while we wait for Game 3 to get started here. The Atomic said First Killer one of the most aggressive players in your half. Now, out of the 24 players in the top 8 of the Winter Major, where do you think First Killer ranked in terms of time spent in the opponent's half out of the 24 players? What would you guess, Darby? So anything between 1 to 24. I've looked it up. I've got the top 8 matches only selected. What would you guess?
I'm gonna say 4. I'm gonna say he's 4th.
4th most time spent in the opponent's half.
Yeah, number 1 has to be Jack to me. Apparently Jack. But
you're right about that. Number 1. Yeah, was Jack. Well, First Killer actually at the Winter Major was 19th out of 24. 19th for. Feel it. 19th for most time spent in the opponent's half in the top 8 of the Winter Major. But actually, his 2 teammates, Sipical and Mist, were 23rd and 24th for most time spent in the opponent's half. So they spent the most time in their own half. A really defensive, positional game by FaZe there. So interesting to hear that Atomic, at least in his experience playing against First Killer, has not had that experience at all. Of course, they didn't play them in the playoffs of the Winter Major. They only played them in the group stage, but yeah, it goes to show just how different one stage of a competition could be to another.
I think even Chicago might have mentioned First Killer in that department as well. But
he did, yeah.
He lives rent free in.
It was Chicago. I think I said G2 Atomic. It was Chicago in the interview. Sorry, that's who I meant. Yeah, you're right.
All good though, and we're back in here. Monkeys, 1 more game to go to eliminate Fufak stop and get just a game closer to qualifying for Gamers 8. Oh, if he gets that would be crazy. Raziers off the ceiling. No pinch for him. 2 commit for Fufak Stop. That seems to be the one thing that kills Fufak Stop on defense. What is that? Okay, he almost got there. Thought that was a bit of a stretch to go get that challenge. We're still not able to get this clear. Fufak Stop. It's just another ball out to Matane.
Can they get the job done? You know, we talk about subconscious thoughts in Rocket League. You know, it's undeniable that when you've been reverse swept earlier in the day and you go 1-0 down in game 3 when you're up by 2 games, whether you like it or not, that thought will be there. It's going to be in the back of your mind. You're thinking, oh, surely not again. Surely we're not getting reverse swept again. If this goes to game 4 1v1, no doubt Raziers is going to be thinking, oh, please, not again. Not another upset loss to someone I'm supposed to beat. Yeah, Monkeys just have to be as solid as they can here. They lost earlier on in the upper bracket, partly due to their own mistakes, their own whiffs. So if they can just play this one out consistently, that's really all you can ask for. Oh, there's a whiff. Never mind.
Perfectly timed. Oh, good touch from Matane. In fact, diving for that ball. Matane gets the boost and the pop in. Oh, I think he got bumped on that one, so understandable miss there. Oh, Smoke's going for that one. Some interesting challenge angles on the last few touches. Here's Raziers, full on the carry. Got the double, little awkward, but Fufak Stop getting in front of those touches. Haven't quite let that ball in. They protect their own corner boosts as well. Everyone stacked up. Karka, he's a little low, but that's okay. He's not behind the ball. Faris is. Bought plenty of time as he gets the clear.
Yeah, Fufak Stop have not landed those big impact bumps that we saw in game 1. All 3 of the goals they scored timed well with a bump on a goalkeeper. So they haven't had those opportunities yet, which is sometimes the case when an opposing team plays with 2 back, much like Monkeys have here. But they might just also be drawing in their aggression a little bit as well. They realized they overextended a couple times and left themselves too thin defensively. It's a beautiful first touch by Matane, but Lassa dives in all over, and now Smokes is going to test the waters. There's a lot of commitments here from Fufak Stop. Faris does well to clear the ball.
Gets it right back to Matane. Follows up that challenge. Crucial after that clear. Sears was coming from the backside. Smokes gets a shot. Nobody's back. Last man got on the wall, and that's the last place he wanted to be.
Yeah, just a really tough position there for Faris. He's trying to get that ball to bounce upwards to safety, or just bounce down the line to safety, but it kicks out into the middle, and it's in the back of their net immediately. All it took was that one offensive push there from Monkeys. Faris left alone, couldn't handle it.
Now Fufak Stop really pushed against the wall here with about a minute left. This little pass downfield. Such a threat up high. Smokes gets a free touch. Oh, he almost slotted it top right, but it bounced off that corner. Get the catch again here from Monkeys. Always makes life so hard when you're off ball rotating. Not sure when you could go in, not sure when you could challenge, knowing if you challenge too early, you're going to miss. Or if you challenge too late, you put your team in a bad spot. When the other team is controlling the ball as well as Monkeys have been, it's got to be tough, and they almost found the seam. Karka just couldn't quite hit the mark.
This is it now for Fufak Stop. Their tournament life on the line. They've got it all to do once again. Can they make it happen? Boost running out for Lassa at a crucial moment again. Faris is left alone at the back, but this time he is able to contain counter-attack and buy time for his teammates to get back. They need so much more than that right now, and they're in a world of trouble. Raziers makes it too, and that might be it for Monkeys, advancing to the second round.
Now Raziers sets this up in front. Everyone's sitting on the backside. Lassa got up to try to challenge Matane, but he's going straight up. Matane's got so much momentum going forward, and unless Lassa has the height advantage on Matane, which he didn't, there was no way he was getting that ball above him. Excellent approach from Matane, and Monkeys looking like they're not going to get reverse swept this time. Everyone diving forward. I think they can feel it. They know it. There it is. 3 seconds left here on this side of the field. Matane lets it drop, and Monkeys clean up business against Fufak Stop.
That's going to feel good after their failure to advance earlier on. Now they get into the second round. They're one match away from Gamers 8. They're one match away from day 2 of Gamers Without Borders. And they're just waiting to see who they're going to play. Waiting for that upper bracket semi-final. It's happening later to complete Oxygen versus German Amigos. Loser of that will be playing against Monkeys for qualification.
Well, that is it for Fufax Stomp, but another match on the B stream. The last match on the B stream will be coming up next. BDS versus SUH, also in the lower bracket. Can SUH upset BDS as well? They not even going to qualify for Gamers 8? What happens to BDS after this? Find out after the break.
Well, mechanics are basically what you can do with the ball. It can be like just a shot. A shot is considered a mechanic, a ceiling shot, a flip reset. A mechanic is just everything you can do on the ball.
There's a lot of different opinions on what mechanics that people think is like the flip resets, the ceiling shots, the double touches, but like in a general sense, it's how you can move your car and how you can manipulate the touches you want.
So when you hear someone talking about mechanics, generally what they're talking about is what they're doing when they're on the ball. So that's your licks, that's your catches, your ways of trying to outplay the other team and score on the other team.
Well, they are important to train because players are getting better and better at defending. So if you don't train your mechanics, you're never gonna improve in them, which means that you will just do the exact same thing over and over again. But of course, at the end of the day, some things don't work anymore. Like a simple flip reset would work like 4 years ago, but now it doesn't anymore. So you always have to reinvent like new things and improve your mechanics. Otherwise, you will be like left behind.
Well, the more mechanical you are, the more options you have on any given play. So if you have you're going up the wall with the ball, if you can only ceiling shot, then you're pretty easy to defend. But if you can do with a mix of flips, you can go for a pogo maybe or something like that, or even a ceiling shot, or just flipping the ball to an air dribble bump or something, that's significantly harder to defend than someone who can just do one thing. So the more options you have, the better.
Well, advanced mechanics are like flip resets, like double flip resets, ceiling shots, double taps. That's like really advanced mechanics. It's where you really have to train and you have to put a lot of hours to be really consistent at.
I would say anything that sort of has some creativity linked to it, as in the ceiling shots, the flips, the doubles, the psychos, anything like that is definitely advanced and maybe even above advanced. Just being able to air dribble or something like that is like a very good skill to master. You can stall time, you can beat defenders, you can do a lot of different things. Anything in between, you can make passes. That's definitely what you want to learn.
I mean, the mechanic I love the most probably is like going on the ceiling, because it gives myself like a flip and then I have a lot of opportunities. I can just fake, pinch on the ground, go for a double tap. I think like ceiling shot when it's not defended is really hard, because there are so many things you can do on the ceiling because you get a flip back. So
the most satisfying mechanic for me is definitely that double touch. There's no feeling that really matches just the power and connection you get in the second touch that goes top left or something. That's an unmatchable feeling for sure.
It's a good question. I think one of my favorite just has to be hitting like a really good redirect. I think that has to be one of the most satisfying ones. Just camping downfield, you get a pass to you and you slot it top corner, or get it perfectly past a defender or two defenders in net. I think that has to be one of the best feelings for sure.
Gamers, UNICEF and I need you by our side for a real-life mission. A mission to protect the rights of every child. After news cameras have left, UNICEF is here. Every day, everywhere, but particularly where it's needed most. Did you know that more than 170 million children need UNICEF's humanitarian aid this year? At Gamers Without Borders, many of you have already chosen UNICEF, and I thank you for that. Choosing UNICEF is the easiest and smartest decision you can make, because you're investing in a child. And investing in a child guarantees lifelong returns, not only for that child, but also for their community and for our world.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Gamers Without Borders B stream. Crelly and Daz here. Sorry about that. We had to, take care of business on the A stream real quick, Daz. So we're here to talk about SUH and Team BDS. Let's throw up the bracket and see where we are in all of this thing right now. We're sitting in the lower side for this matchup, but you can see the top side here and how that one panned out so far, Daz. So far, not really any surprises. Maybe the German Amigos, Daz?
Yeah, I think that the German Amigos one definitely is a surprise. For us to see BDS down here in the lowers is, like, as early as we've seen it, is definitely a little concerning. But German Amigos did look really solid today. And we also have seen other teams kind of step up here as well, Monkeys especially. So it's been a lot of interesting competition as the bracket continues.
Yeah, I mean, you see Oxygen there, 3-1 over SUH. Kind of expected. The 3-0 with German Amigos, fine. Vitality 3-1 and G1 3-2 with a reverse sweep over Monkeys. And G1 went on to get swept by Vitality as well. So let's go ahead and take a look at the lower bracket, because this is really where we're sitting at right now. That lower bracket, round 1, the top left. SUH and Team BDS, Daz. That's what we got coming up. Monkeys already took down Fufax Stop 3-0. So what do you make of our matchup here with SUH and Team BDS, who, of course, will have to play G1 if whoever comes out on top?
Yeah, I think for me, this is crazy. Like, to put it lightly, this is crazy. You see BDS here right now is interesting. I mean, they didn't look good, to be honest, against German Amigos. It was a 1-goal game in game 1. Actually, the entire series was 1-goal games. And I feel like when you're talking about BDS and what we're expecting from this roster, even with picking up a new player, I will give them the benefit of the doubt saying it's their debut. But I still think I'm expecting more regardless. Even if they had stuck with the same roster, I would have expected a win overall. So I don't know at this point. It's kind of in the air. People are really keeping an eye on this matchup to see SUH. Because SUH is also not a bad team. My boy Tho and Hibbs, they've been in the game. No. They've had that experience, and they could kind of win this if BDS are not playing good.
Yep. And I think for BDS, though, this would be a big indictment here on this new team, losing, going 0-2 in this tournament. Of course, not a 3v3 tournament all the way through, but still something that's important to note for this roster. You make a change with Rise and, of course, into a crew battle. But for BDS, we'll see if they can curve out here on the lower bracket. It's game number 1, Daz. SUH and Team BDS to stay alive and move on to that lower bracket quarterfinals where G1 awaits.
Oh, this is going to be super interesting. Let's see how things start to look here as we get things set up. Team BDS, what has been going on? Have they been able to kind of get things figured out, get it together? They've already had their first series as a team, and we're looking to see them kind of rise back to the occasion. No pun intended, of course. There's Rise on the ball right now. It's a soft carry. And look at the miscom. You saw Monkey Moon go up there for the ball. Now Hibbs will get it for free. Gets a flick over 1, and now BDS cannot stop Hibbs. He puts it to the top left corner.
Look at Hibbs go, and he saw the opportunity. Rise really did take that one away from Monkey Moon. He thought he was getting challenged, and now Hibbs takes it by himself and a great flick. And look at the follow-up as well into the corner from Hibbs. And a 1-0 lead for SUH.
Okay, this is how we're starting things off. I mean, that's a great play, though, individually from Hibbs as well. The flick over, but also the follow-up to be able to push it into the corner. BDS got caught out, and you saw the miscommunication happen. You saw them end up running back to the net. Not fast enough. Hibbs, perfect on being able to capitalize on the opportunity.
So now let's see if BDS can respond. Another decent flick here into space for SUH. Though, trying to get over 1. Needs 1 more for the goal, and it's tapped away. Hibbs bringing this one down. So patient are SUH at the moment. BDS kind of giving them everything. Another poor flick there. It's a good follow-up from Rise. Is now BDS trying to put on the attack. Trying to find some sort of space off the back wall. Follow-up's there. 2 go. And SUH trying to counter quickly. Here's Mike Boy. Shot on target. It's wide in the end. And BDS happy to see that one bounce away.
Yeah, they are. You have to see them really kind of get set up on offense, though. Monkey Moon definitely beat out there from Mike Boy. Though with a good flick now, Rise last back. Has to stop that. That's a good shot, but a great save, too. Not letting additional pressure happen, but Monkey Moon loses that challenge, and Rise is doing circles in the net, just trying to find the
Oh
right
my.
spot to be. More offensive pressure here from Suh. They have controlled the first opening minutes.
Yeah, they've entered flow state with that passing play. Perfectly executed. Just the last shot a bit too high, the last touch. Now Hibbs again poking it free, and a big save from Rise, though into the ceiling. Trying to keep the attack on from Suh, as Team BDS have really got their work cut out for them here in this 3v3 matchup. One that you would expect BDS to feel pretty confident about. Right now, they have been backed up on their own side, and it's been all Suh.
So have really been meeting the challenges. They've been faster to the ball, and honestly, they've looked more coordinated, especially when they make those offensive pushes. Rotations have been solid. We're waiting to see that from BDS. They're looking for some type of semblance. They're starting to kind of get things together, though. We've seen them bring the ball into Suh's offensive half a decent amount, and they've also been getting a lot of demos, making Suh uncomfortable, but still not being able to get that extra push in order to tie up the game. That's a good flick from Tho, forcing Seiko up, and Seiko will be able to grab that, sending it to the corner.
Game stabilizing here for Team BDS. Maybe a double tap as that one goes wide from Rise. A decent look, though, as Seiko tries to make something happen over to Monkey Moon, but a big save. There in front of the net, Team BDS starting to warm up on offense, but the defense holding strong from Suh so far. A minute and a half left here in game one. In our first 3v3, a Monkey Moon trying to find the equalizer. Flip reset. Pass. Denied by the defense once again, as Suh doing a great job of turning things away.
Cleared. Still more pressure. Hibbs trying to get a read, can't do it. Now it's Seiko on the ball. Decent control, but kind of loses it. Still gets it over Tho. Puts this into the blue corner. That one, though, gets away from him. No controlled offense from BDS. They have to rotate back out in the final minute. They need to make something happen. Otherwise, we're going to see them lose another one-goal game.
Less than a minute to go here for Team BDS, who have been slowly knocking on the door here against Suh. And Suh trying not to run out of gas here with this 1-0 lead, but here comes Seiko. Flip reset all the way through for Seiko, and Team BDS finally break through.
And that's exactly what they need. That man right there, Seiko, great flip over. Gets the follow-up touch as well. He needed that, otherwise Tho would have had a read on it. Got the clear out. BDS finally get life here as we're tied up.
And some space there for Seiko, and that's really what did the defense in from Suh, was just giving over a little bit of space from Seiko, or to Seiko rather, and you can see what he does. And now Suh, who had all that pressure in the first few minutes of this game, is slowly dwindled. Team BDS fighting back. This one a miss off the ceiling. Hibbs doesn't find the touch, though. Very cautiously approaches this one as they're not trying to force it. BDS get a decent clear, but it's only as far as Tho. Monkey Moon again to deny his touch. This one over the top. Rise. Does he have a double tap? Mike Boy racing back and a monster clear. BDS not letting him out for free. This one high above the Sud net. And one more bounce as it stays alive. BDS trying to prevent the 0-second goal. As another touch from Tho. And now danger here in front of the box as overtime finally hits in game one.
Okay, we got overtime. But you saw it there. BDS were lurking. They had a prime opportunity here. Seiko once again does get that beat high. But now it'll be sent away. Still more pressure. BDS are trying that backboard of Suh. Looking for just some lack of really reaction on defense. They haven't been able to find that yet, though. Suh will get a strong clear to just eliminate some pressure for the time being. But this game, you start to see BDS really surge into it. Seiko up again. Does he have the follow here? Almost did. Hibbs cleared that quickly away.
Great clear from Suh, but they've lost their pressure. So much time was spent on the BDS side, and they just didn't build a big enough lead. And it feels like BDS finally getting warmed up. Here's some space for Rise. Again, Hibbs. He's been crucial here for Suh, offensively and defensively, as he tries to scrape this one across the box for BDS, but BDS there to pick it up, though, to stop the clear, and a bump. Pass over to Mike Boy. It's open for Mike Boy. It's Suh take game one.
No way. What, though? I mean, this
Look
is
at the bump.
great. Oh, my God. The bump is crazy. Just immediately sets up a lane, and you got to give Mike Boy credit as well. Full faith in that. That was wild, just to be able to go up knowing that, okay, we're sending 2 forward here. He believes Tho has the bump. Tho sets it up perfectly, and Suh with another stun win here. BDS have not yet won a game in this tournament.
No, they're over at the moment. They lost the 3v3 1-0 to German Amigos as well. You mentioned it in the pre-show or in the pregame talk before we got into it. German Amigos beat BDS by a 1-goal margin in every single one of their games. Now, BDS chose 2v2 against German Amigos, I believe, last time. I'm curious if they do that here against Suh. I feel like BDS would be more confident in their 2v2 overall, but we'll have to see, because I thought the way Suh was playing it kind of scary to go into a 2v2 matchup with how aggressive they were, especially early on in game 1.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know what BDS are confident in these days. But we will see what they go out with in this particular setup here. Ah, man, it really did feel like, towards the end of the game, they just started so late for me. We didn't see them get that speedy offensive pressure until it was like less than a minute to go. And now you're finally playing that fast-paced Rocket League. You're beating them to the ball, only for you to end up just dropping it in overtime. That's gotta hurt. We got Monkey Moon versus Tho in the 1v1, though. You were right, Corelli.
Got the 1v1. We'll see what Monkey Moon can do here against Tho. It's a crucial matchup and a crucial goal here for Tho and Suh as he strikes first in 10 seconds.
So no stranger to the 1v1 environment. This is going to be a challenge for Monkey Moon, and Tho able to get that. I like the way he angles defended there. Just plays it, trying to keep the ball close, not give Monkey Moon a strong clear. Had his eyes on him the entire time. Now Monkey Moon is going to have to play from behind to start off.
So the first 1v1 matchup for BDS. Monkey Moon trying to put the work on here to Tho. Already finds himself down a goal. Monkey Moon trying to work it from his own side, but Tho very happy just to push that one away. But some space now for Monkey Moon. This is trouble for Tho. He's trying to go far post, and he was not quick enough as Tho was able to get back.
Has possession though. Tho only 25 boosts. Has to be very careful here. Does end up picking up the corner though, so now it's Monkey Moon that could potentially be in danger. Tho is able to separate the ball in space. And Monkey Moon plays it close, and we'll watch the roll-up. He knew Tho was right behind him, so didn't have to worry about just leaving the ball for a chance for Tho to play it. And Monkey Moon will get a chance here in the air. Nope. Oh, does he get the flip? No, he doesn't. That was so awkward. It almost worked, though, but it will be cleared by Tho. Suh up 1-0 still.
Quality patience there from Tho, kind of letting Monkey Moon do whatever he wanted. And here he comes again, and Monkey Moon really not executing on any of these attempts towards Tho's net. He's made life easy for the defense of Tho so far. Now Monkey Moon with some boost. He's going to back off Tho. Into the air he goes. Tho now has to challenge. Monkey Moon's got a good touch on this one, and he does get the bump. And Monkey Moon able to fight back.
No doubt. Just demo it. Yeah, dribble ball. There you go. Monkey Moon able to grab that and send it. Now BDS, or Monkey Moon in this particular situation, has a tied up game here. And a good kickoff. We'll pick up another one, and we got Monkey Moon right back in the lead.
He's right back into the lead for the first time, I should say, in game 2. And a quality kickoff goes his favor. And really, I mean, so far in this game, the only thing you can really pick away from it is it's just been poor execution from Monkey Moon.
Yeah.
He could have had maybe 2 more goals if he had executed perfectly, but that's how it goes. And was now another decent kickoff. Can he get the shot on target? He doesn't, though. Can't get back in time. Kickoff goals going in favor of Monkey Moon so far.
Yeah, this is really plaguing Tho here. He's just not been able to get the read on what Monkey Moon is going to do on the kickoffs or angle it properly. Lost 2 now. Going to make it just a little bit more harder to get back into it. Kickoffs are so important here. And we have another one. And Monkey Moon looking to, he does technically win that one again, but this time Tho, I mean, that's a good chip to be able to finally get him some boost. And now he's got control, tries to get past Monkey Moon, but it's a great stop.
It might be a goal. Back the other way. I don't think
Tho
can get.
Oh,
my
wait,
goodness.
It's not a goal.
What a backflip from Tho to save that one at the last second.
Oh my gosh.
But here comes Monkey Moon again.
not
Flip
done.
reset. Oh,
Oh.
my goodness.
This
He
is
really
not
scooped.
threes.
Yeah, he really scooped that one.
Okay.
And an open net for though. My goodness. What was that from
Yeah, I
Monkey
don't know.
Moon?
I had to watch that again. I was just like, oh, like, he got a lot of power on that. You know, he might be able to use that. No, that one is just, okay. 239 here. And Monkey Moon just getting a little bit of a hot sauce.
Yeah, that was a spicy one.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see now BDS, or I should say Monkey Moon, in the lead by 1. It's been tight, though. You feel like Monkey Moon is really backed up, though, in front of his own net. You really don't feel like Though has the same control as he did early on. It's just been a lot of Monkey Moon attacking Though, and Though just waiting as he's messed up here. Though can he get back to it? He doesn't have enough boost. He won the challenge, and there was an opportunity there to put that one on target with no boost. Here comes Though again. Can he dunk it through? Can't get by Monkey Moon once again.
Like that position for Monkey Moon. Though was going to go for the dunk, angle this car perfectly. And he's been smart to not give Though too much space. He's also been reading Though's attacks very well as another save comes out from Monkey Moon. He just has to kind of continue to control the pace, not overextend. And, you know, when he goes for his flip resets, make sure to not scoop the ball into the ceiling.
It really is going to take some creativity here from Though. You're watching a few of these attacks now, and they're very one-dimensional. Very easy for Monkey Moon to defend. But when Monkey Moon makes mistakes, as he has been in this one's matchup, Though is there to capitalize.
Yeah, he did that. No, I understand just wanting to get the boost. He played it very close. The turn was too wide. The ball went straight back to Though, and Though was able to put that one in solid. Have to keep an eye on a lot here in a high-level 1v1 environment, and Monkey Moon just unable to be everywhere at once. Though just popped it over his head. Now Though will fall again. Good control. He's going to go for a flip reset. No, still plays it low, trying to just see if he can out 50 Monkey Moon, and now it'll be Monkey Moon's possession.
Monkey again, misexecution behind the ball. We've seen this 2, 3, 4 times now. Still a tie game. Minute left on the clock. Though trying to cut through Monkey Moon in an easy save. Though trying to prevent the counter. This one coming in front of his box again. Monkey Moon been plagued by some poor touches and misexecution, Though trying to capitalize, but now he's got to defend a shot. It's an easy one. This one very patiently sits in front of the box. Placement matters for Monkey Moon as he puts that one away and gives himself the lead.
Yeah, I knew Though would probably wait, wouldn't want to aggressively challenge, but at some point he has to make a decision, and he bet on Monkey Moon going left, and the control that Monkey Moon had on the car to go right was very solid overall. Though was just a sitting duck at this point, where, you know, she started to look more confident as, you know, the tie game went on, but now it's just Monkey Moon back-to-back goals here.
And finally, he's just executing on the flicks. How many did he have where he just couldn't flick the ball? This time gets it perfectly. And Though can do nothing about it. 5-3 in favor of Monkey Moon. And 27 seconds left on the clock. Still possible here for Though, but he's going to need something off the kickoff. The delayed kickoff from Monkey Moon will get him. And that's 6.
Yeah, that might be the dagger here, in all honesty. Of course, there is time if Though can get those 3 back-to-back kickoffs, but execution for both sides has not been perfect. So we'll have to see, but Monkey Moon, that's a big turnaround as well. Looked like it was a potential that this game could have slipped out of Monkey Moon's hands. Had a great start, and now it's looking to have a great finish.
He did it again, and Though even saw it, but he just couldn't stop in time. Still hit it towards Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon happy to run out the clock. And it wasn't pretty from Monkey Moon, but he got the job done, and that's what matters. Quality victory here as BDS finally, Daz, are able to get on the board in any of their series. This is the first win that they've gotten in games here with Gamers Without Borders.
Exactly, yeah. This is their first win of the tournament for them. Monkey Moon able to kind of find his stride. It'll be interesting to see if he can continue to play at that level moving forward or even elevate himself, because it's still not as mechanical or that we've known from Monkey Moon. You know, he stayed pretty low to the ground, didn't really go into the air too often, and
we definitely is going to need that moving forward because we're going to go back into 3v3s. We know how close Suck can play in that 3v3 environment, and you're going to need everybody, all hands on deck for BDS to turn the series around.
Well, I mean, yeah, they have been struggling in threes, and even though they've had tight games, this is where it matters most. You finally get your first win. You can take a lead in a series here as they sit tied at the moment. So opportunity certainly abound for BDS to maybe start finally showing the real stuff here. It even took Monkey Moon like 4 minutes in that 1v1 to really start showing his stuff. Can they do it here now in this series in this next 3v3?
Yeah, that's the biggest question here. Seeing the way Sub was able to move around the field, they started off with a lot of speed. Took BDS a while to be able to necessarily match their pace. And then after that, even when they had the pace match, we saw Sus start to mix it up, going for the bumps, trying to set up the plays to be able to take the game in overtime. Now we have game 3 here. Winner puts the series on match point. And we'll see what happens when we get everybody back on the field.
We'll see. We know so far where BDS has the space in threes, they have punished Suh. That's come far and few between so far here in the first 3v3 that we had. What will be in store for us in the second one? As 20 seconds in, and it's been a stalemate so far. BDS looking for that first control. Seiko couldn't bring it down, but Monkey Moon's there. Follow up. Monkey Moon again looking for this pass over to Seiko. Oh, it's beautiful from Monkey Moon to Seiko, and a 1-0 lead here for Team BDS.
This is what you want to see. Even though Seiko gets that miss, look at that. Instantly jumps up to get the redirect. Beautiful reaction from Seiko. A great read on the ball, and wow, what a way to start this off for game 3.
Execution perfect there in the 3v3 realm. Here's Rise trying to add on, but he took a shot and an easy save for Hibbs. It was crucial in that game 1 for Suh. Now Monkey Moon, great clear to the back wall. Follow up quickly there from BDS. No shot on target quite yet. Seiko lobs it towards the net. Monkey Moon going to try his chances and turned away by those. Hanging on for the moment, but you can see, Daz, this is a different start to this 3v3 as BDS have cranked it up a notch. Here's the shot from Monkey Moon off the crossbar as it's denied by the frame. And Suh just trying to stay afloat at the moment.
Yeah, but that's the difference. In game 1, they were not. They were setting the tone. They had the possession. When we were talking this time in game 1, this was all Suh possession. Now things have shifted. BDS are not only just putting on offensive weight. That's a close one. Oh,
what?
Not able to get the save. Mike Boy will get credit. Light touch. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Mike Boy who actually touched that. Though didn't get there in time, and it just eventually went in from BDS's touch.
Yeah,
so a squirrely one there on the goal line for Suh. They're able to come out with it, and a tie game.
Let's see if Suh can turn that into more. This is definitely going to kind of change that momentum. I mean, I was going at it, talking about just BDS's initial momentum, having strong offensive attacks, but things looking shaky on that defensive side.
And Suh going to have to come up big defensively here to stop this new look on offense from BDS from game to game. Here's a great pass down to Hibbs. BDS defense there to meet him. Seiko's flick only as far as Mike Boy here in the midfield. As trying to move up their lines, not allowing BDS in, but Rise is able to break the midfield line. A great clear, and the flick gone on target. Easy save for BDS in the end.
From Hibbs, that was playing on the sidewall. This one, Mike Boy, good shot. Monkey Moon does pick up the save. The pressure's still there, but only for a moment. BDS are getting space, but they have not been getting control here possession-wise. They've had to make a couple of defensive stops. They're trying to look for a way forward, but that midfield has been owned by Suh here, at least in the last 30 seconds or so. They have not made it easy for BDS to move up.
Yeah, this is good from Suh. They're finally, getting some footing outside of their defensive third. They are forced to play some defense here. Decent touch here from Hibbs. Suh trying to keep control, and they're playing around BDS, and that one eventually getting away from them. But the game has slowed down, Daz. The beginning of this game, it was very fast-paced from BDS. Now you're playing closer to the pace of Suh, and you're seeing the tides start to shift in favor of Suh as they've really started to lock down the midfield a lot more. There's a demo. There's 2 go here. That's a double commit coming out from Sun. Now trouble for Though. The back post shot, though, reads it, and a well-placed challenge will get himself the clear all the way back to the BDS side.
BDS will have to try to see if they can get out, but Suh being very aggressive, sometimes double committing, as well as I saw Mike Boy, he was second man for a challenge. Instead of playing ball, he played a demo just to try to throw BDS off, make them awkward and uncomfortable. I like what I'm seeing from Suh. They're trying to create chances, but they haven't been successful. They have to be careful not to overextend, especially as we approach the final minute.
The booming clears coming out from Suh. They're just giving possession back to BDS. Seiko wants to take it under, gets under 1, over the next. Hibbs is the last man. He gets over Hibbs as well. And unfortunately, BDS couldn't stay up with the play, but Seiko going up and under and up and under these defenders. And now Suh trying to put on the attack, but again, BDS's defense so strong. A great flick on. Monkey Moon's quick to this one. Seiko win as well. Everyone committed there from BDS. They came up with nothing.
30 seconds now, midfield ball. And you wonder, are we going to see another win here late from Suh? BDS have not been able to find a way past him. That's a good, strong clear, but it's not on target. Rise dives to get it out for the time being. You see Though trying to add additional pressure. Final 10 seconds, and both teams trying to make a last push.
Monkey Moon just trying to kill this one for Seiko. The shot was on target, but a big save. 3 seconds left. Maybe Suh with the last laugh. This one to the back wall as Monkey Moon tries to defend this one away, and Seiko is happy to put that one down and away. Overtime in game 3.
How does BDS handle in overtime? We've seen them here against Suh. They dropped the last one. Can they surge late? They've been looking good, but so have Suh. They've been matching them pace for pace.
Yeah, second overtime. Both 3v3s have gone to overtime here. So, quality challenge to keep it dangerous, as everyone you can see backed off from Suh. They didn't believe in it. They don't want to overcommit. That's a great demo. But here's the flick on from Mike Boy, and he doesn't get it. Suh trying to keep the pressure on. Mike Boy with full boost again, Though trying to set him up. 35 seconds into overtime, and Suh looking for anything here on the BDS side as BDS are able to navigate the pressure. Here's a great clear, though, from Mike Boy, and right back to the BDS side we go.
Oh, man, the demos are coming out. This is looking dangerous on the side of BDS. They look awkward. Though, good block from Seiko. Mike Boy wants to keep this in, but Monkey Moon is on the ball. You see Rise in that corner. He has full boost. He may be needed here as he's trying to control the pace. Who's going to be able to step up on either side right now? I mean, the creativity has been all Suh. BDS, though, they have the speed and they have just the initial fundamental mechanics to catch out Suh, but they have not been utilized as well, as they just don't have that much time on Suh's half.
Feels like the pace of play from Suh. It's been slower throughout the regulation here in game 3, but in overtime they just went to a different level. As Rise very awkwardly is playing this one across. BDS, a disaster in front of their box, but they are able to get a hold of it, and now I think they're just lucky Suh were not expecting the mistouches. BDS feeling a lot of that pressure. Monkey Moon finally able to bail them out. This one comes out. That's another quality clear from Suh. They are just launching these from their own side to the BDS corners, and it's just resetting everything that BDS does to get down the field.
This game is getting very chaotic. I've seen double commits on both sides. More recently, it's been on the side of BDS in the offensive half. Now the question is, I feel like someone's going to overextend here. I don't know. Suh, though, the way they've been passing in transition has been very nice to watch, and they've been going for these redirects. BDS has been smart to at least acknowledge and respect them while also making defensive efforts. But again, there it is, another double commit between, that one was Rise and Monkey Moon, or Rise and Seiko, I'm sorry. Monkey Moon just kept that ball in play. We are half a game into overtime now with no team really showing signs of weakness, but definitely a lot to be concerned about.
Certainly not the most stable look we've seen from BDS here in this overtime in particular. They looked very controlled in regulation. You know the potential's there with this BDS squad, but right now Suh are really giving them a run for their money. Almost 3 minutes now of overtime. Big clear comes out from BDS. This one not on target. BDS have got to get more creative if they're going to break down this defense. Here comes Monkey Moon. This one's right on target and a big save. Right on the goal line. Bailed out. And here they come back the other way. Quality challenge to deny the counter and the transition from as things slow down. BDS looking for some control here. Look at the speed from Though. BDS looking for a way out. Rise had no options in front of him. Seiko now away from the defense into the corner, but not as far as Though as he's able to get it out once again. Look at the challenges from Rise into the ceiling. Demo's coming out, taking away options from Rise, and are happy just to boom this one away.
Good control there. Still fighting in this overtime. They win this game. They'll have so much momentum going into the 2v2 right after this. The BDS fighting just as hard, looking for a chance here. Maybe it's right here. Rise, no, can't get it through.
No.
Going the other way. Can Mike Boy get there in time? He's got it! Mike Boy is going to secure the overtime win, and have the series on match point.
Just when you get isolations on the offense for Rise, 1v1, he gets dunked and back the other way for on the counter, and now winning both 3v3s in overtime. And my goodness, what a way for BDS, or for to come out on top here. And like you said, we got to go into a 2v2. And Dez, I feel like we talked about it a lot, but BDS really looked disorganized there, both defensively and offensively. Just felt like they didn't know what to do.
Yeah. It really did. It really did. They looked sloppy. We saw a couple, we didn't see a couple. Well, you could probably count up to the amount of double commits we saw. It's similar to game one. It just feels like the cohesion isn't there, and it's tough. It's really tough to watch because you know what all three of these players can do on the field, but they are not executing properly. Now I'm thinking, you go into this 2v2. If you're you got all the momentum forward. You just beat BDS twice in the 3v3. You're going into, the 1v1 was also close towards the end of it. Now you're going into this 2v2. They're going to have a decent amount of momentum, and we could see BDS out of the tournament in this next game.
That would be crazy to see that happen. And I think last time the 2v2 was Though and Mike Boy that was sent out from and for BDS, it was Monkey Moon and Rise. We'll see if that changes with the matchup. Of course, the players can choose what they like as far as who they send out. Monkey Moon already was sent out for the 1v1, but he could play here as well. So we'll see what we get in this 2v2 matchup because we know we're going to get one. And for they are now one game away from taking out Team BDS.
This is going to be very interesting 2v2. Mike Boy and Though, they've been playing Rocket League together for a while too. Versus Rise and Monkey Moon. We are already seeing top corner shots out of as they are firing on all cylinders to start things off. Here's Mike Boy again with the high ball, forcing Monkey Moon this time into the air. That's going to go straight down. And the 2v2 is going to kick off, but this is still so uncomfortable for BDS. It's only just a matter of time. How many shots can you stop? With the opening goal.
You feel like these two guys have been most of the pressure from in the 3v3, and when you boil them down to a 2v2, it's a full-on attack from Though and Mike Boy, and Team BDS already in some trouble.
Oh man, I gotta count up the shot totals here too. Already off the opener, BDS were just playing straight defense. You talk about pressure, you talk about momentum. That is a clear example of it. We'll end up seeing if BDS can find a way through here. Still a lot of game to go. I won't count them out just yet. But you can definitely tell the confidence level in is high.
Yeah, certainly plenty of time. And only a 1-goal difference so far with 4 minutes left to play. But Though trying to change that. BDS, I think, just looking for some space right now. Trying to find some possession, but you can just see Sud not allowing it. A lot of tough touches coming out from BDS just to deny the setup from but they're not holding on to possession. Here's an opportunity now for Rise. Up and over 1. Can he get over 2? Dangerous touch. Can Monkey Moon get there in time? And he's denied by the defense of Mike Boy. And here comes back the other way, Though. Quickly up was Rise. And he prevents the air dribble. Now Monkey Moon in 1v1. Can he get through Mike Boy? Great challenge from Mike Boy because right back out to Rise, and he'll put it away, BDS.
I really like that there for Monkey Moon because you know he's low boost on the ball. He doesn't want to play it high. Instead, he wants to force Mike Boy into a challenge that keeps the ball towards the ground, not a strong clear, and towards the middle because he knows Rise is going to be closer to get to it off the initial challenge. You saw throw in the corner there on the replay. That was very well executed for Monkey Moon. He might be needed here again because this kickoff is not necessarily in BDS's favor except until that demo this way.
So a tie ball game. And here comes Monkey Moon. BDS wanting to bring this one down and play a more controlled style. You're going to see that aggression come out from Mike Boy and Though. Here's Monkey Moon. 1v1 in the air. Flip reset brings it down, and great defense again from Though. So patient to allow Monkey Moon to play it into him. But still BDS. Rise waiting for the pass. Here it comes, and Mike Boy there to clear it away.
A little too telegraphed. Mike Boy had a good read on that. Now Though trying to apply pressure. That's a big whiff, but unpunished just yet. Now you're seeing Though look for some boost. He takes that. Chance here for Mike Boy playing the low 50. Just trying to set up Though the best way he can. BDS are covering all their angles. This is where things get kind of tense here as well. You see again just more boost. This time Mike Boy in the air has a flip. Pop uses it, and then even with that pop, still not enough for Though to really fully commit. He had a lot of space in between that. So they are just taking their time, just testing the defense until they find something that gives them a better opportunity.
Good pressure here from Suh. Mike Boy wants the bump, and he doesn't get it. Monkey Moon able to get a hold of that one. Now here comes Rise by himself. To the back wall it goes. BDS happy to bring this one down. Monkey Moon, he's got options to Rise as he flips it over one on the flip reset. Rise there to receive the touch out. Rise looking for more space in the box and a couple of bumps. This one's free. Monkey Moon's not there as Suh got tangled up on Rise. Minute and a half left on the clock, and BDS very methodical here, but they're not breaking through quite yet, and Suh are able to break the vice grip on their side.
It's important for BDS to remain composed. Sure, you don't score on that opportunity, but the game is still tied up. As long as you can play it consistently, that's going to be the most important factor here, because here's they've been very aggressive. And if you can catch them overextending, you can really lead to a strong counterattack upfield. Here's Rise, though, leading the charge, gets past one, looking for the bump, but Though read it. Great wraparound, a minute remaining. You see Monkey Moon going to take this all the way to his own net. Just, again, playing it safe here on the side of BDS.
BDS playing for their lives here in this 2v2 to stay up.
Oh, the bump!
In this bracket, and the bump will come through. Monkey Moon will find the go-ahead goal.
I mean, Rise already took Though out of the play. He was still on field, and Monkey Moon slowed things down enough to let Rise go for the second bump. Worked out so well for BDS. 45 seconds to go. They dictate the pace.
Oh, my, oh, my. 40 seconds on the clock. Suh, they scored one early, but it's been a drought ever since. And they're going to need something here. In the final 30 seconds, BDS, though, they're locking him down once again. Good touch here from Mike Boy. Can't get back to it, though. Monkey Moon trying to slow down the attack. Taking a couple challenges, though. A bouncer over the top of the net, and Mike Boy just had no shot to bring that one down. It was hugging the back wall, and a demo comes out. 15 seconds left for Suh. BDS trying to stay alive here in this game 4. Though, over one, looking for follow-up.
Oh!
Mike Boy has to go, and the defense stands tall. 5 seconds left. BDS there to flick it away. One more bounce will do, though, to pop it up. And Monkey Moon there to receive. Rise win as well. Monkey Moon has to get this one to the ground, and does so. BDS tie up the series.
Whew, that was close. I'm not going to lie. That was definitely close. Saw opportunity. If those a little quicker to the ball, once he realized it was open in space, he could have beat out Rise, maybe even got the goal there. And then when Rise double commit against Monkey Moon, my goodness, Monkey Moon used that flip reset at the perfect time. Yeah. So, got away with that one on the side of BDS, but also they did play a really solid game of 2. So you have to give them credit for that. Now, going back to 3v3, where they have not beaten Suh. I just can't believe I'm saying that out loud. They haven't beaten Suh in
Twice.
the 3v3. And they gotta pull out here in a big game 5.
Yeah, I mean, it's do or die. You got yourself to a game 5 off of the 1s and 2s here. You go back to the game mode that you haven't won yet, surprisingly, from BDS, and a game mode that they have looked very lost in as well, especially in that overtime in the previous game. So for BDS, it really is about locking in here to this game 5 and really figuring out your 3v3 strategy, because it didn't really feel like they had one in the previous game. It just felt like they were going with the flow, and Suh did a lot to stop them and break up the midfield. And BDS, there was a lot of just, opportunities that looked really weak from them. They set up the play, and then the shot never came, or they took a poor challenge, or the double commit came out, right? And even defensively, you're seeing them kind of jump at the ball, a little jumpy defensively, and Suh got in their faces a lot, and I think kind of got in their head with the aggression.
That's right. Now we get into this game 5 here, and we'll see how BDS can adjust. I mean, they've had a lot of time to be able to figure this out, but Suh have the confidence of being able to take 2, especially 2 in overtime. But a lot of pressure on the line here. Loser is eliminated. And we'll see. Oh my goodness, already great shooting out of the side of Suh.
Get the defense to bite already for BDS. Here comes, though, Suh trying to take down this BDS squad, the new improved BDS squad. Suh working their way out from their own end. Here's Mike Boy. No boost. Little change ask. Keep up with it. Hibbs looking for the pass. He goes up and over to Though, who will get up and get it, and he's going to keep going here as he gets to the far side and gets around Seiko as well. Great work there from Though off a tough pass to receive. This one, Daz, this one might be a 0-0 overtime. I think we're guaranteed an overtime, but this one might be a 0-0 with the way the previous 3v3 matchups have gone.
You can see that happening. It really does depend, though. If BDS gives us space in the midfield, especially in the air, I feel like Suh will have the ability to be able to kind of crack through Team BDS's defense, but we have seen BDS also really ramp up on offense when they have that control as well. But here's the time to really make a statement if you're BDS. I mean, a lot of people are questioning this team going into the event. Remember, it is their first event. But that being said, losing a game 5 here in the lower bracket would not be the best opening showing from them. We'll see how things go right now, though. I mean, look at that aggressive chance from Mike Boy. Has the read!
Oh, my.
Oh, my, Mike Boy!
The solo play coming out from Mike Boy, and it's the dunk over Seiko. You felt like BDS, they saw the play shaping up, but Mike Boy strips it away and dunks it into their own net. A 1-0 lead here for Suh.
He took it from him. He said, Seiko, get out the way. No fear on the side of Suh. They are here to play, and they are challenging BDS, especially in the 3v3 department.
Oh.
That was close as well. Just barely getting that goal line save there out of Seiko. Monkey Moon leading the charge. They're going to need somebody to step up here. We're hitting that halfway point in game 5. BDS are down by 1.
Yeah, BDS's offense hasn't really looked all that lethal here in any of the 3v3 matchups. So, last time, though, they did give up the equalizer, and it was just a 1-1 game. So would love to get that second one, get the cushion, but not only that, really lock out BDS. Here's another shot from Seiko. BDS trying to knock on the door here, trying to fight back. Just over 2 minutes left to play. Game 5, the final game of this series, for a chance to play G1 here in the lower bracket. BDS, here comes Seiko to keep it going. It's off the post. Rise to follow up, and he's stuffed by Mike Boy as Monkey Moon trying to weave his way through the defense. Another pass comes out. This shot wide as well as Mike Boy back flips it away.
Good defense from Suh. They are holding the line here, but BDS are attacking. Again, just need to see a little bit more in terms of the shooting department. If they could get some top right, top left shots in, I think that would be a big difference maker. A lot of their shots have been very low or just straight to a defender. They haven't made the defense necessarily work so much in the shooting category. A minute 30 to go. They've got to figure it out here soon because, again, Suh is totally okay with letting this clock dwindle.
BDS trying to move up their line. It just hasn't worked. Suh's been so strong defensively, even when BDS has had him on the ropes. When it's gotten dicey on this side, they've been able to deny BDS. Another great touch from Mike Boy. And look at this. Look at all the space that Suh have now. It's just Monkey Moon. The pass over to Hibbs. To the back wall it goes.
It was awkward.
And now another touch from Tho is denied, and a great challenge there from Rise. Seiko wants to take it himself, but he's coming straight back down to earth. Easily read by the defense. 50 seconds left on the clock. Suh looking to take down this BDS squad in all of the 3v3 games here in this crew battles. This one dangerously floats above the box. BDS in the end there to receive.
Seiko starting things off. You see Monkey Moon full boost, waiting for the right time to use it. Things need to come together. It's now or never here for Team BDS. That ball in midfield. It's high though. Barely has the read. Seiko had to follow. This one in the open space. BDS still trying to get downfield. 18 seconds remaining. They're still keeping Suh in their own back half. Suh are also low in the boost department, but as long as they can continue to challenge the ball, continue to run out the clock, they will continue to move forward in this tournament. 1 second left. All the ball needs to do is hit the ground. And guess what? BDS says toodaloo.
Wow.
Suh take the series in 5.
Wow, winning all 3 of the 3v3 matchups in Suh. That is a 3-0 here and a 3-2 in the series if you're just counting all the games together. What a masterclass in the 3v3 department for Suh as they take down BDS and they knock them out of the tournament, Daz.
That's crazy. That is crazy. Why? I just don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Now, keep in mind, you have to give Suh credit because, though, my boy Hibbs are good. They are really good players. And Suh is a squad that, we said it going in. If BDS aren't playing to the level that I think a lot of people expect them to, that's a team that Suh's a team that can take them down. And they did exactly that. It was so solid from them in that series. And, I mean, they definitely earned that win.
Well, let's see what happens after all of this. Take a look at the bracket, see where we all are ended up right now. Sitting in this upper bracket, you can see Vitality 3-0 G1, Oxygen 3-1 German Amigos there. So the upper bracket final will be the Oxygen Esports and Team Vitality matchup, which is, I think, basically what you expected here at the end of the day, right? Even with maybe some upsets that you might have gotten. This was the matchup, Oxygen and Vitality, you expected to see in the upper bracket final. As I think we do also have a lower bracket to take a look at as well, and that's where we were just playing with Suh and BDS, who unfortunately BDS we say goodbye to here in the lower bracket round 1. Suh will move on to play G1 there, Daz, in round 2.
Yeah, I mean, big win there for Suh. They are going to move forward. And Suh's still a force to be reckoned with. You have to, like we said, you have to still give them that respect and credit. They are a really good team. If G1 aren't showing up to play, we could see Suh move on and qualify for Gamers 8. G1 do have their work cut out for them here, and I think it'll be very interesting to see as the bracket continues on.
Yeah, got a lot of games here left, and of course games tomorrow here. But we have to go to break. We have to get to the next matchup. We've got plenty more Rocket League coming up. We'll see it in a bit.
Yeah, we're done here. Toodaloo.
We're done. So we will not see you anymore here. Go to the A stream. We'll see you there.